Good evening and welcome to the daily summary at the European Paragliding Championships in Pegalajar, Spain. My name is Judith Mole.
Buenas tardes y bienvenidos al resumen diario en estos campeonatos europeos de parapente. Mi nombre es Javi García.
We would like to inform you just briefly about the broadcast schedule that we've got, just in case you're only tuning in for the first time this evening. Every day, half an hour before race start, we start a live broadcast. But about an hour before that, we show you the resume that we're just about to do, and then we show you goal videos from the previous day, and the interviews that we do with the pilots in the morning at takeoff. So we go around and we try and interview as many people as possible, not just the top 10 or top 20. We also try and we're aiming to interview everybody in the race. So it's well worth tuning into that. We can't be specific about the task because we don't know from day to day exactly what time race start will be, but it's generally anywhere between 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock. And then in the evenings you'll always have the daily summary, which will be at 8 o'clock. We can guarantee that. So let's have a look at what happened yesterday so that you know what the pilots came in with, the results when they started their task today. So overall results after task 6 were in first place Maxime Pinot. Second place, from France. Second place, fellow Frenchman Honorant Armand, who is 27.8 points behind him. In third place, Sebas Ospina from Great Britain, who's 7 points behind Honorant. Then Tilen Seglar from Slovenia, who's 3.9 points behind Sebas. And in fifth place, Pierre-Remy from France, who's 12.2 points behind Tilen. So it's a neck-and-neck race in the men's category. In the women's, it's a bit more spread out. Constance Metetal from France this morning went into the competition with a score of 4,271.9 points, which means she leads second placed Eliega by 408.2 points. And Eliega is ahead of Julia Jaus from Germany by 753.8 points. That means that Constance is over 1,100 points clear of the third placed woman. Now Constance had a bad, in inverted commas, task yesterday. She only scored 904 points. That's the lowest she's scored in this whole competition. So she's having a phenomenal run. So nation ranking after task 6, France, followed by Great Britain, only 97.8 points behind them. In third place, Slovenia, with 3.7 points behind Great Britain. Austria is 145 points behind Slovenia. And then their neighbours, Germany, are 189.9 points behind them. So that was the status before we went into the task today. So Javi, tell us about the weather in the task.
Well, today we had definitely the conditions were improving all along the week. So for those different tone points, we had different updates at 2 p.m., 3 p.m., 4 p.m., 5 p.m., and 6 p.m. Mostly the wind was more or less the same, northwest in different altitudes, starting from 1,500 to 2,000 meters and so on. So, but also it was moment when the wind, depending on the race position, was able to drift from northwest or even south on the highest layers. But not really strong wind. There were mainly something in between 6 up to 11 or 9 kilometers an hour. Not really nothing strong today. But also we saw very soon that depending on even at the beginning, even that northwest, it didn't happen. It was more like a really north wind, and even sometimes almost northeast.
And then along the course line, we were getting reports that there was zero wind on the ground. And the wind was always supposed to be lighter at higher altitudes. So I wasn't really that convinced that the forecast actually held.
Yeah, exactly.
The reality was quite different.
Because also clouds were expected as well, especially on the mountain. Yes, we had clouds, quite nice clouds. The depth also that day was forecasted. It was correct, about 500 meters, really nice clouds. And the thermal, definitely, those that were working nicely, I'm sure there were 3.5, if no more. That was for sure. we saw a few pictures on along the range how finally this highway of cloud was set nearby the El Yelmo area. So I'm also waiting for talk with the pilot, and they tell us about how it was. They finally made them underneath those cloud streets. So but yeah, we saw those pictures. We know for sure they had the clouds. But now we're going to the task for today. We had again long task, more than 100 kilometers task, 136 kilometers with 3 turn points. Basically, what we have is the start point and the northwest side of the takeoff. After that, we had a control turn point really close to the start point, and a long leg, 88 kilometers towards the next turn point, when we were basically inside on top of the Sierra de Cazorla y Segura. After that, we're heading northeast towards the final turn point. Basically, was where El Yelmo peak is, a very famous flyover area. And then there was a final turn, 18 kilometers northwest towards the wall. It's a flat area nearby the highway with a 2 kilometers cylinder for the entire speed section, a cylinder inside the 450 meters to validate the goal. And I think it happened so many things today.
I mean, this was the competition's longest task so far.
Yeah.
So we knew it would be at least 3 hours or more. We ended up being broadcasting live for 4 hours in total. And I mean, when Javi and I sat down to think about the script for this evening, we were like, so many things happened.
Yeah.
We hope that we can give you a good summary of all the things. If we forget one or two things, it's because we have already been going quite a few hours. So once the pilots got to the exit cylinder, they were all nicely congregated inside it. We watched them just coming into the cylinder so that they could get out quickly. And the first pilots that got to the first turn point were Andreas Malecki and Petra Slivova. Both, she's a former world champion. He's a very, very multiply decorated pilot. And they were on their own. They decided to go quite far north, like way off the optimal course line. And Pepe got a climb. Petra followed him, but she didn't get it, and unfortunately she went down.
Yeah.
So
after turn point 1, it was really interesting to see how the competition, the direction, they wanted to put this control turn point just to show all the pilots where they need to head, to stay on the flat area on the first section, on the first part of the race, and after that join the mountains. But immediately after the turn point, it was super clear how two groups were set, and they decided to go completely southeast towards the mountains. And even though I was expecting something like it, I was super surprised. But eventually, even a few pilots that went more on the south that I thought that basically reached to Almaden, when meanwhile all the group of pilots, Vic 1, they remained just flying a bit on the south side of the optimized route, but just showing that little by little they were holding and working together and basically dealing much better with the race. It was really interesting to see, because for the first time ever we saw different strategies for the race, for the task.
Yeah, so far we've seen these big lines. It's like they're just queuing and just forming these huge lines and just going round the turn points. Today everything was much more spread out, and we had these mini gaggles forming, little groups that had to stick together to survive, and big gaggles really only formed when smaller gaggles converged. So the tactics were really interesting today, and it was literally flatlands or mountains.
Definitely. We had one of the men of the day, this Pepe Malecki, but finally he was, I don't know, for a long time on his own.
He led out for about an hour and a half. He was just going, and then he got stuck.
Yeah, and of course, what happened when you get stuck? Everybody who is in the group and protecting themselves and working together, they pass you and then they say you hello from the distance. I mean, the time you are just trying to survive. But I think he worked at the end.
He did get a climb, and he stuck with it, and he got above 3,000 metres, and then headed pretty much exactly along the optimised course line. Everybody else was to the south of him, and the two kind of main flatlands and mountain groups was the French. The French and the Swiss headed to the mountains. Pretty much everybody else stayed in the flatlands.
Yeah.
So there was this mini gaggle of Honorant Armand, Julien Wirtz, Stefan Morgenthaler, and Fabrice Thibault.
Thibault, yeah.
And Pierre-Emile tried to follow them. He was with them for a while, but then fell back. And a few other, Luc Armand was with that group as well as Yassen and Rui Aguiar.
Yeah, Rui Aguiar.
And Luc made a dash for Almaren, the big iconic mountain that we've had as a turn point in various tasks at this competition.
Mm-hmm.
Yassen went even further. He decided to go out on his own as usual. And sadly, both of them bombed.
Yeah, I mean, you know how good they are, but even yet again, difficult situation when they are alone, when maybe they don't know pretty well the place. I don't know, but I mean, they're really good at the mountain, of course. But they try what they do the best, and finally they struggle, and little by little they were just going down, and they didn't make it. But in the meantime, we saw another incredible moves just coming from pilots, especially Honorant. You know, he made something spectacular today.
Yeah. Before that, the other spectacularness was that Maxime got into big trouble. Maxime got to about 130 metres above ground, and we were wondering if he could make it, but the champion that he is, we just started seeing him circling, and then circling a bit more, and then going backwards and trying to find something. And we, at that point, went back to the head of the race, and before we knew it, Maxime was back.
Yeah.
But very, very far behind.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm sure he was just saying, okay, here I'm back. I'm just again in the race. I don't mind if today I can make it as best as usual, but I mean, he gave us a lesson. What is being mentally, strong to say, well, I'm not going to give up. I'm going to take, no matter how long it's going to take, I'm going to recover. He made an incredible load save.
Yeah, meanwhile, Task 1 winner Rui Aguiar went down very close to where Luke did. So for our task winners, we only had Maxime and Virgilio left over, and they'll feature later quite a bit.
Well, I don't know, Maleki again. No?
Well, yeah, Maleki then tried to go along the course line, but took ages to get to turn point 2, by which point, a lot of pilots already passed it. The first pilot to get to turn point 2 was Thomas Drenk from Czechia. But that's where he got stuck. I mean, he was there first and then seemed to stay there for ages. It was the Italians, Dennis Soverini and Marco Busetta, who led out of that turn point and headed north towards El Yelmo.
And then after that, yes, Abel Varga took the lead. Yes, and we saw that. It's not the first time that we see Abel Vargas taking the lead and pushing, really solid on that. So for a while we thought, okay, that apparently what's it going to be for the rest of the race. And in the meantime, after our two incredible glides, Honorant was just catching up, but passing dozens and dozens of pilots. This was amazing. Something really, really impossible to get. And basically he was eventually one thermal just behind the head of the race. That close it was. Maxime, in the meantime, he was also recovering, going high, feeling better and better, but never was able just to be, as Honorant was, just to go with the lead of the race, with the lead gaggle. And then after that, that exiting final glide.
Yeah, there was a lot of people in the lead gaggle today that haven't really featured in the competition in kind of the high places of the competition. We had our second oldest competitor of the race was in that lead gaggle, Roddy Helgeson, team leader for Norway, where you had all sorts of different nations represented. The feature was there was no French in the lead gaggle, not one.
Yeah, that was really surprising. And also, it's always nice to see all these names as well. The people that really want to show eventually, they say, okay, that's my opportunity and I'm going to take it. So definitely was really nice to see all the pilots trying the moment, using it. And yeah, of course, this final glide that it was nevertheless, I must say, if I may, the Spaniards, they say after being so sick, and they were today, taking this moment, saying, no, we are ready, we're going to push, and they did. They did today.
The final glide was edge of the seat stuff. It turned out that they didn't need to thermal up again. There was very lifty lines, but the person who started off from the greatest height, essentially from the best position, was Darko Stankovski from Macedonia, and he was at a neck and neck battle with Nuno Virgilio, who's won task 3, and who won that battle?
Well, I mean, Darko did. Because Nuno didn't make it that good line. He risked a bit much and found himself pretty low. He needed to slow down and let Darko pass, which was basically holding that much better high more. And after Darko, there was that group pilot similar high to him, and those were finally they were able to arrive into goal, stop the time, and continue gliding to validate the goal. So I don't know. There were a few pilots as well that even though they arrived, they didn't make it either to validate the goal after that nice battle for the goal.
Yes, and unfortunately, some of those pilots, who'd been fighting and staying ahead, didn't make it into the final goal. And that included Ronnie Helgeson, Stefan Morgenthaler, Dan Girdea from Sweden, the Swedish team leader. So it's just always heartbreaking to see people get so far and then stumble in the last few hundred meters. It's really, so
do you really feel it's so unfair?
Well, you can just feel for them. They must be stamping around on the ground, just seeing the goal, because they can see it from where they've landed. Literally. And they're just seeing people flying over and knowing that they've done all that hard work and they're not going to get those extra points. But there's also a lot of other people that didn't even make it to the end of speed section today, and there were some big names amongst those. Honorant didn't get there. He landed short, as did, for the first time in this competition, Constance Metetal. She landed short as well, as did Tobias Grossrubacher from Italy, Abel Varga, who we'd been following leading out. Abel Varga is not a particularly famous competition pilot, but he's a very, very good cross-country pilot, and he's only just broken the Hungarian distance records a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
There was Robert Berg, Steve Cox from Switzerland, Heli Eichholzer, and after all those valiant efforts of Pepe Malecki, he didn't make it either.
It's not fair, not fair. So, as the official result at the moment, making is Darko Stankovski from Macedonia, Luis Martin Iturbe, Spain, Joachim Overhauser, Italian, Jacek Goski, Poland, and finally Marcelo Sanchez, Spain. Women.
Well, because Constance is not going to be collecting another pair of shoes tomorrow, we're going to have somebody else actually on the podium for tomorrow. In the women, first was Eliega from Austria. Second, Anca Tabara from Romania. And third, Silvia Bussiferrari from Italy. The big news...
Yeah.
Now, all these results are unofficial. That's just what we got from the scoring. The official results will be out tonight at 9 o'clock. But we have heard that Great Britain has taken the number 1 spot from France.
Because even though many French pilots finally made it goal, but they made it later compared to many other pilots from Great Britain. So that's going to be a big surprise if we see that later also. Yeah, come on, give us those official result, because we saw how solid the French team is. And today was really surprised how they were struggling. Well, they were struggling. It's not fair to say they were struggling. They made a bet and they played a different strategy, and maybe that strategy didn't work as expected. So that was all. This is how it is.
Yeah, a quick word about the British team, because Sebas is obviously doing exceptionally well, and he's Dylan Seglar's trying to catch him, but Dylan also got really into goal very quickly today. Yeah. Their third scoring pilot, Martin Long, has been struggling a little bit this week. Not that he's been flying particularly badly, but he's really struggling to sleep, and he just feels like he isn't fulfilling his potential. He can fly. He feels that he's not doing his best for the team, or at least he felt like that this morning. But he came in 25th today, and that's it. His results contributed to the fact that the team's now on top. So well done, those guys.
All right.
So yeah, keep your eye out for the official results this evening. I think there might be some changes tomorrow, not just in the nation. Definitely in the women, something will be happening. Constance, I assume, will still be first, but second and third might change. Well, no, Ellie Egg will still be second, I think. Third might change. So, we're going to leave you this evening with videos from goal. We didn't get all of them here. One of the features of the terrain that the pilots were flying through today was that there was few roads and even less coverage for data. So we've done what we can. Again, we couldn't send any live footage from the air because the coverage is just too poor. But we have got some goal videos for you, and we'll be showing that straight after we say goodbye. So we'll see you tomorrow at about an hour and a half before race start. Just check out the YouTube channel from XC Mag, and you'll see the time that we start there. So from me, Judith Mole, and
just saying goodbye until tomorrow. Javi Garcia here. Until tomorrow.
So here you are with Darko from Macedonia. First of all, congratulations to your task today. First question I have for you, you push hard for the speed section. How was your line?
Okay, I felt quite confident because I think I started with around 9 glide ratio to go, and eventually it got even below 8.
Yep.
So, but still, because the wind was like sideways on the side, I tried to on the lifty lines, on the bubbles, on the line. I tried to still get some height, like going into wind, and yeah, and at the end it was quite obvious that I will make it. So yeah,
okay.
I just went straight. Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about the battle with Nuno from Portugal. He was like very close to you.
Yeah, he was, but he was below like 50 meters, and I think the mistake for him was that he was not going really optimizing the line, I think. Maybe.
Okay, so last year on the PWC in Pegalajar, you came from 9th position. Your overall position was 9th.
Yeah.
It seems that you now have some experience for the ground.
I get used to this place. Yeah, it's really nice place. It's super fast sky, and yeah, I like it here.
Okay, sure. Are you enjoying the competition so far?
Oh, for sure, always. I will come back in PWC Elmo also, so a lot of tasks for me here.
Awesome.
In this place.
Good luck there. Thank you.
Escape the mountains, the flight in an easy way from all of people, not only paragliders.
All right. Yeah, today we flew from Pegalajar, crossing the flats before we entered the mountain to go to Yelmo. And it was really nice because it changed from flatlands and no clouds into mountain flying, so we could climb up to 3,300, I guess, and reaching the clouds. It was a little chilly up there, but that's all right. And yeah, it was a really nice flight, great scenery, and I really love it when the landscape is changing that much along the route. So it was a really cool task.
When you saw the mountains, did you feel like at home?
Actually, I prefer mountain flying normally, but here I start to get used to the flats. So actually today I enjoyed the flats more than the mountains.
And why do you prefer the long tasks or short ones and fast? What's your style?
Normally I would say the long tasks, but now which task was it? 7, 8?
7.
I already feel a little tired. So today I was like, whoa, it's going on and on and on, and then I checked that it was still not even halfway done, so yeah. Days are very long here.
Yeah, are you getting used to the sun and hot days?
Yeah, and everything is so much later here in Spain, so in Austria we are like 2 or 3 hours ahead of your time, it feels. And here coming home it's 10 or 11, and then you start eating, and normally I finished my dinner at, I don't know, 7. So, but I get used to it, and now it's getting better and better.
So I suppose you are enjoying the competition.
Yeah,
so
it's
far.
really cool. And yeah, great flying. The organization is awesome. I think it's one of the best comps I've ever been to.
Awesome, thanks so much, congratulations. So here we are with Itur from Spain, the Spain team. So first of all, congratulations to your task today. So you were sick yesterday.
Yeah.
How are you feeling now?
Yeah, unfortunately, the day before, we think that we ate something in poor condition. So 2 members of the Spanish team, we were both very sick. We went to take off, but we couldn't fly. I was dizzy, I was having tummy pain, really dizzy. So we decided it was best not to fly. So I went back to the hotel and I was sleeping pretty much all day. When I woke up this morning, I was feeling better. I could have some breakfast and I could get some energy. I was maybe only 90%, not full 100%. But the moment I close my helmet and I take off, boom, everything disappeared and I felt all this energy inside. We had an idea to optimize somehow in the gaining the north and on the flats. And on the radio we heard that the big part of the gaggle went to the south. Once I heard that there were a few kilometers behind, I decided it was the day to really push to break as much as possible the gaggle and to leave them behind as much as possible. So once again, the Spanish team, very strong. When we stick together, we communicate very well, we open, looking for the lines, looking for the thermals. Then also we knew that the moment we arrived to the mountains, the conditions were going to be a little bit better. And then in the Yelmo area is a typical takeoff in Spain where we do a lot of competitions. It's an area where I know a little bit. So I decided just to push because I knew that on the takeoff on the antennas I was gonna get a good thermal, and I arrived there +2, +3, +5, and then I turned and the whole group arrived. And then I should have been maybe a little bit more conservative in the last glide because but I don't know, I had so much energy inside me that I'm like, oh, forget it, let's just go for it. So yeah, I was just trying to optimize anyway the glide and just gain the wind side of the little mountains in front, a couple turns, and I arrived. I think I arrived maybe 10th, but with the leading points I think 2nd, so pretty happy. Hopefully 3 more tasks, and hopefully we will put the Spanish team where it deserves, which is somewhere in the podium.
Awesome, sounds great. So from my point of view, you like reborn as a phoenix. Yesterday
I was dead, and today I was all this energy and all this motivation to do something.
So how much does your experience to the area help, in your opinion?
Look, I don't like this preconception before takeoff for this hill, this thermal, that place. No, I just like to take off with an open, clear mind and read the conditions as they develop. The truth is that today we thought that it was going to be a difficult day to break the gaggle, and the reality is that we managed to break the gaggle. So I don't like at all leaving the takeoff. In fact, don't tell the team leader, but when they tell what to do, I switch off just to make sure I don't get prefixed ideas. I like to take off with an open mind and read what to do as we go. Get the lines, follow the optimized route unless we have something very obvious, and then just push. If it's +2, +3, full bar it is.
Sounds great. I mean, just every day it's a new day.
Yeah.
And you have new conditions, right?
Yes.
And, do you think that the fact of the French team get left behind helped to you to make some pushings, or?
I love them very much, but yes. I love my French colleague pilots, but they are in front. So we knew the Slovenian team were with us, we knew the British team were with us. But anyway, we were in front, we were doing our flight, we were trying to be as efficient as possible. Of course, knowing that a few of the other pilots were on the other gaggle, that gave an extra bit of motivation to push even harder. So yes, very, very, very happy with the Spanish team, yeah.
Awesome, thanks so much, congratulations to your tax.
Thank you.
So here we are with Martin Long from the UK team. Martin, first of all, you told us that you feel you have not been performing totally up to your potential in the competition so far.
Yeah.
Did today make up for you?
Yeah, I was still in behind Dylan and Seb, who were flying brilliantly and somewhat carrying the team. But yeah, today I was a little bit more on the pace and giving them a little bit more support, and hopefully in the next 3 days I can continue to do that and yeah, deliver hopefully what could be a really good result. So.
Awesome. Which route did you take?
We went across the flats, so we saw the French darting off to the hills. We didn't expect that, honestly, and we all made the same decision at the same time to not follow, to go for the flats. Being a flatland pilot myself, I just thought, yeah, it's got to be the fastest. Following the locals as well is always a wise thing to do.
Did you find any problem areas or trick situations?
Not really. It was the day was really working well. The conditions were excellent. Not too much wind. The mountains were beautiful and produced some really amazing thermals up there. So that was really nice to get a chance to go and see. And yeah, it was nice to come to a familiar goal. We came here earlier last week, and so to have a visual reference of where we were landing and an idea of how it worked, it meant we could be a little bit more committed and racy on the way in. So yeah, good day.
So the GB team now is in first place.
Yeah, it looks like it.
How are you feeling?
Yeah, delighted. Yeah, there's still 3 more days to go. So the hard work starts here, really. It's the hardest position to be in. So yeah, it's everyone's aiming for us. So it's a challenge that we're looking forward to. And yeah, we'll do our best.
That's awesome. Thanks so much. Congratulations. So here we are with Maxime from France.
Yeah.
Just tell me a little bit of your experience today.
It's a bad day for the team France. We are late, but in the end we are 2 French pilots in goal, so I would say that it's not so bad, but it's not a good day at all. For me, it's not a big deal because I had a lot of good tasks, so it will be my discard today. But yeah, for the team it's more complicated. So the task was nice, but we made a big mistake at the beginning, and then we couldn't catch the leading gaggle, so it was kind of a struggle today.
Yeah, it seems that you guys took a different direction for the whole gaggle.
Yeah, because the flat was not working very well at the beginning, so we thought maybe we do some small part in the mountains, but the mountains weren't working so well. So yeah, bad move, but that's sport. Some days are good, some days are bad.
Yeah, awesome.
Yeah.
So wish you best luck the next task. Thank you so much. So here we are at the goal, task 7, with Micha from Poland.
Hello.
Hello, Micha. Give me just your first impressions for the task today.
Super intensive, like beginning, like always, like last days, very slow, with very weak thermals, low over the ground. But then after like 20 kilometers we started final working. Big gaps between the thermals, but the thermals, we got proper thermals with the leading group. Super nice cooperation. Then we got stuck a bit before Guillermo when we entered the valley, but later it was just pushing. Really strong thermals, high cloud base, 3,500 meters. Awesome. Finally, proper flying.
Wow. So how did the fact the French were left behind affect the flying today for you?
It didn't affect it at all. I was doing my job and I didn't understand their move. They all went back to the mountains. We're a big group, strong one, so I was thinking it will work for us, and it was working. Yeah.
Okay. Did you take the line for the flatlands or the mountains?
You mean which line?
Close to the Gelmo.
More in the mountains. More in the mountains. Yeah. And later, in the end, we had really good line going from El Yelmo. It was last thermal, and well, we did few circles just behind last reach, but otherwise it was long final glide, like 20 kilometers.
Awesome. Did you find any trick situations?
Around Casola. Casola, yeah, it was a bit tricky there. The group split it into 2. We didn't know which way will be the best one. The main group went far to the south, but I decided I took more direct line, and in the end it appeared it was the same, basically.
Awesome, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So here we are with Ospina from UK team. Ospina, tell me a little bit about the task today.
So today we had yet another long task into the mountains for the first time properly, and flying towards El Yelmo, which I've never been there, so it was very nice to visit this new flying area to me. And yeah, the beginning of the flight was mainly flying in the flats, trying to break through the inversion at roughly 1,800 meters. All very disorganized and messy. a group decided to try and join. They turned 90 degrees and tried to go directly into the mountains, hoping that would work better. Apparently not so much. So my group followed more or less the optimum line. I was flying with the Spanish pilots and the Slovenes and well, many others. And we made some very good progress. When we finally got to the mountains, it was a bit funny. They were not working straight away. We had to really fight to find the good thermals. And once we were high, we were just pushing gas and making really fast progress for the last 40% of the race. The final glide was very interesting, flying, gliding almost directly from El Yelmo all the way here. So I arrived roughly, I think, 5th or 6th position today. So it was a good result also for the team with Dylan not long after. So yeah, it's been a good day.
Any difficult or any trick situations that you could find?
Yeah, I suppose I was a little bit stressed as soon as we jumped over the back towards the mountains, because you look down and there were not many landing fields and it was not working as we expected. So yeah, at some point I was thinking, okay, I don't have nice places to land for now, but it was all fine at the end.
So you might like to know that the GB is now the #1 in the nation rank.
Oh wow!
Yeah, you must be thrilled, I think. So overall, how are you feeling about the competition? You're satisfied?
Yeah, I mean, for me it's going really well, for sure. It's a very tricky competition. Every time the top French pilots are here, it's really, I believe, Maxime and Ono are on another level. And of course the rest of the French team as well, so it's really hard. It's a very tough team to beat. But at the end of the day, very often the winner is the one who makes the least mistakes. So that's what we are trying to achieve with our communication, and very often we sacrifice risk. We take a bit less risk because try and put two pilots always in goal, but it's somehow working with this competition. So yeah, I'm very happy.
Just the last one, the fact that you saw the French left him behind, it makes you take more risk, or you just keep your plan?
Yeah, I stick to the plan, because if they made a mistake, I shouldn't put myself in a position to make one. So I knew they may have made a mistake. I kept looking back, but yeah, I was just following the program and making sure we arrived to goal.
Awesome! Thanks so much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Here we are at the European Paragliding Championships. Can you tell us your name and where you're from?
I'm Eemeli Aittokallio, I'm from Finland.
Fantastic, Emily. And is this the first time you've flown in Pegalajar, Spain?
Yes, it's first time.
How are you finding it?
Good, good. It's always good to be in the new places.
Yeah, cool. And tell us a little bit about the Finnish team. What's the flying like in Finland compared to here?
Flying like Finland, it's because here we kind of have like a flat flying, so that's kind of same. But the down layer here it's windy and breaking thermal, so that's the difference. Don't get down, and also the mountains. We don't have this kind of mountain, so it's always nice to fly with these mountains.
And how have you been doing in the tasks?
Up and down.
Okay.
Yeah.
How was yesterday's task?
Yesterday I pumped out 7 kilometers before the goal.
7k. I think a lot of people did that, huh?
Yeah. But it was still good. It was still good. Flying over the natural park.
Fantastic. And how long were you in the air yesterday? How long was your flight?
Until the end of the time.
Really? So like 6 hours in the air?
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that. Fantastic. So where are you in the rankings now?
Actually, I haven't been even looking,
really?
To be honest. Yeah.
That's your tactic, is not to look at the rankings?
No, not too much points. Just
Okay.
try to improve, fly with the
Okay.
first.
And what is your competition background? Have you been to the European Championships before?
Once. I've been like now within 1 year I have been competing again. I have a kind of couple years kind of break or for different reasons, and now I'm more into it again.
Okay, cool. And how is Team Finland doing in the rankings?
Sami is better to say. I don't know. I don't look the rankings.
And so what do you think today will happen? What do you think we will do today?
I think we have a bit shorter task, but I don't know. I don't know what to expect. Let's see what they got for us.
Excellent, brilliant. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Cool. Can you tell us your name and where you're from?
I'm Sami Pitkäkoski from Finland, team leader of Finland.
Team leader. And tell us how Team Finland is doing at the moment.
Oh, Team Finland is on the bottom register, maybe 21st, I think.
Okay. And how have you been doing personally?
Every second day I seem to succeed, so I have 3 950 points days and 10 2-pump outs and low days, slow days, but yeah, up and downs.
Up and downs. And how is morale in the camp if you're sitting at 21? How many teams are there? There's 32 teams, I think.
Yeah, something like that.
So you're 21, but that's okay. So you can go up, but you can also go down a bit. So how do you manage that? How is morale?
No, it really doesn't. I don't know if anybody has ever looked where we are, because we are here learning, flying as much, and looks like we get a lot of hours this time. So we don't take it so seriously as a team-wise. Of course, we go through it and try to do our best, but it's we are kind of a small paragliding country, Finland, so we don't have developed big hype around the team.
Yeah, sure. Do you do mostly towing in Finland, or?
Yeah. We have some soaring places, but if you want to fly XC, it's only towing.
Okay. And is it north to south or south to north? I mean, Finland is
can be done both, but the record, we have a European record in Finland, 500 k's, a little bit more. That was from south to north, because it's quite sunny up north in the summertime. It doesn't set if you go high enough in our country, but I think more can be done.
You think more can be done than 500k?
Yeah, we were late that day.
Really? Oh, you were flying that day?
Yeah, I was only 80 kilometers, but you know how it goes.
Yeah. No, because it's really interesting. I mean, it's the only place that anyone has flown 500k in Europe.
Yeah.
But really, you think you can go further than that on the right day?
Yeah, of course. That's the mindset you have to have.
Fantastic. So back to Pegalajar, how are you enjoying flying above the olives and this landscape?
Oh, it can be a little tricky finding a landing spot if you have to do that. But otherwise, it's with these talented groups, talented pilots we have here. If you stay with them, it's beautiful. But then, if you get alone, you have to change gears and really concentrate. But the thermal triggers are different. It's really strange where they go here, but they're broken by wind and obvious hills and like that. It's not working like usually. So that's something to just change.
Yeah, strange. And so what's your plan for today? We find out the task. What do you think we're going to do today?
I'm going to enjoy myself because it's my last day this time. I've made a decision, so I chose to do something different for the rest of 2 days. I have to go back in Finland. So I will raise the morals of the team and enjoy myself and fly the goal.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Simon.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Excellent. On, great. What's your name and where are you from?
I'm Jari Katajamäki from Finland.
Okay. And how are you finding Pegalajar?
This is a great place. I really love it. It's hot, of course, but the landscape is so nice. And there is so different places. There's flatland, there's mountains, and all kind of between, and tricky places and easy places. It's very nice, and I like this is like a really sporty flying.
Yeah.
You are really in it, and I just love it.
Excellent. What are you flying?
NC3 and GR5 Honors.
Okay, cool. And are you managing to stay with the gaggle? How did you do yesterday?
In the beginning I was in a leading gaggle. Then I made a silly mistake. I just crossed the first waypoint by 50 meters, so I need to come back.
Oh, you missed it?
Yeah, I missed it. And then it was pretty hard task, the rest of the task, flying alone, and as I need to get back 4 Ks back, and then
wait. So you missed it by 50 meters.
Yeah.
You flew on 4K.
Yeah, and then I
you had to come back. So you didn't just fly 136, you flew another 8.
Yeah, 8 Ks.
And did you get to goal in the end?
And no, I was running out of time, and the place was really tricky. So this time I played it safe. I didn't want to go deep in the forest, so I came back. And as I was there alone, it was really hard in a place where you don't know how it works. So yeah.
You had an okay landing?
Yeah.
How have the landings been here? Because you look out there's nowhere to land, or very few places to land.
It's well, if you see it like this, it's like looking pretty sketchy, as there's lots of trees and olive trees. But if you have to land there between the olive trees, that's not a problem.
Okay.
I have done it once, and it was okay. So no problem. It's looking bad, but actually it's not that bad.
Okay. And can you tell us a little bit about how you managed? Did you do training for this? Did you work together as a team before you came? What's the situation in Finland for? Because are you all living close to each other? Do you tow together?
No, we
all opposite ends of the country.
Yeah, we have scattered all over the country, so not that kind of common things at all. And well, before this comp, I was flying in last September in PVC in Targassone, and well, it was like 9 months ago. So this is there has been a quite big gap. So no training. So yeah, you need to manage your expectations according to that. And
okay.
Yeah.
Cool. And how many hours in the air have you had this week? Do you know?
Sorry?
How many hours have you flown this week? Have been really long tasks.
Yeah. Great task. I really love it. Yesterday I counted 34 hours.
Wow.
It's good.
In 7 days.
Yeah. 7 days.
Yeah.
Or 6 days. I can't.
We did. Task 7 was yesterday. We have 3
Okay.
more.
Yeah.
You're on 774 kilometers so far, I think.
Yeah.
Amazing.
But yeah, I love it. It's long days, long flights, strong conditions. It's like real sport.
Real sport. Brilliant. All right. Well, good luck today. Thank you very much for talking to us.
Thank you.
Cheers. But can you just tell us who you are and what team you're with, please?
So my name is Seb Ospina. I fly for Team UK here at the European Championship.
Excellent. And Seb, what happened yesterday? You moved up. Team UK moved up. Tell us about the positions.
Well, yesterday, let's say we were lucky not to follow, or clever not to follow the French into their line that they took deeper into the mountains. It was a big detour and fairly risky line, and we decided to stick to our plan and stick to the optimum line, and thankfully it worked. So
you saw the French making that move?
Yeah.
And did you discuss on the radio? Or
Yeah, we did discuss whether maybe we wanted to split our eggs a little bit and see if one of us wanted to go with them. And the reality is nobody wanted to go on that line, and we wanted to stay on the optimum. We were positive that we would find something good ahead, and thankfully it worked.
Yeah. Okay. So that put Team GB into pole position. You're now sitting at the top of the composition.
Yeah. So now, we are tight on points with Slovenia. So that's actually we need to watch out for that. And if we keep doing it the way we're doing it and getting to goal within reasonable time, we should be able to stay on the country podium.
Okay.
And I'm hopefully first place, but it's still 3 days to go, and there are no discards, so we cannot allow ourselves to make any mistakes. Yeah.
How do you manage that that excitement of being in pole position now for 3 tasks?
Yeah, that's a good question. I guess the more you are in it, the more you learn to manage it. You mean on a personal level or
as a team,
as
on
a team?
Personal level, yeah.
Yeah,
Well, talk
that's probably a tricky thing for me.
You're in second position at the moment yourself.
Exactly. For me, it's tricky because every time I've been in such a position in high-level events, I somehow mess it up. Okay. But after successfully achieving the podium in Grindelwald, maybe that's switching something on in me that I believe more on myself. Mm-hmm. And on the regarding teams, I believe in the team. We have already done it before at the World Championships in Tucumán, and we came second in France. So, yeah, I think we just do what needs to be done and forget about the excitement too soon. We do celebrate a little bit, but we know that the job is not done. We have 3 more days to go in which we should not sleep in our laurels.
Yeah. Rest on the laurels.
Yeah.
And just briefly, are you enjoying the flying here?
I am, yeah. It's interesting. We have to rely a lot on the ground. There are hardly ever any clouds. Every now and then we get to see some convergences along the way. But yeah, it's interesting flying, very consistent, potentially fast. And we have seen the odd change of pace, like sometimes we come into a very stable area and we have to put the brakes on and try to survive. So it's quite fun, yeah.
Cool. And we've had 7 tasks so far, 3 to go. What's your favorite task been? Which one is yours?
Which one was my favorite? I would say the one I won, task 4, just simply because I went from being really far back to somehow cutting a corner, making a move that nobody followed me, and it was good. Excellent. So I'm really happy about that flight. Yeah, for sure. That's my favorite. Yeah.
Cool. Great. Well, have a great day today, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Ed. Always nice to see you guys. Yeah.
Wonderful to see you. Brilliant. Thank you. Okay. Can you tell us who you are and where you're from?
I'm Julien Garcia. I'm from France.
And what's your job?
My job is to train the Wool Performance Project for the French Federation in paragliding.
Perfect. So France didn't have a great day yesterday. What happened?
Well, we knew since day 3 that there was some novelty tactically, and one of this novelty consisted of having a group really spread laterally. And unfortunately, our warnings about it didn't manage to prevent the guy to try laterally some options, different lines from the main group. I think when your team starts having a nice level in radio communication, then some nasty effect can happen. One's convincing each others to take a different line. This is what happened yesterday, and we just follow the scheme, the main tactical patterns, and they convinced themselves to try something different because the flat wasn't really appealing. It was a lot of discipline to stay in the gaggle with the contestant, and it feels like they didn't want to do it.
Okay. So right at towards the very end, what happened? They went off into the mountains?
Well, at the end, for sure, we were trying to recover the position that was already really compromised with 8 kilometers late, more or less. Honorin managed at the cost of being really low below the group. He recovered even the leading gaggle, but with 1,000-meter difference, and it didn't pass the last ridge, unfortunately. So he landed there, and then the 2 other guys had to be very cautious. Constance, I asked them to try a hole and to go all in because basically she is already winning this competition with the female. So I asked them to try something, and again she didn't pass the reach. So it was up to the two other boys to do the job and at least secure the goal. And they managed, but with some delay. So of course we lose some point on this operation, but that's life.
That's life. And today is another day. How does Team France react when days like that happen? Because it's part of paragliding. Some days you're up, some days you're down. How do you manage to recoup and come back for today? Because there are 3 more tasks.
Yeah, there are 3 more tasks, plenty of things to do. Statistically, the team result is really compromised. Of course, the main goal for Team France was a win. It was not a 3rd place nor a podium. We are not really interested with that. We will try to defend it now, but we were here for gold. It seems compromised if other 2 teams, Great Britain and Slovenia, doesn't do mistakes. We are also in bad position individually because although we have some leaders, Maxime still on the lead, Honorin that could recover the lead, they still have some discards individually. So we are definitely not in a position to dictate the rhythm of the next 3 tasks. So this position is a bit harsh to defend now, and we will try to focus on defending the 3rd place, I guess, and to defend the main titles individually, Constance, Maxime, and Honorin that could, I guess, easily get back to the podium.
You've been writing in Cross Country magazine for the past few issues about how you actually manage the team and you manage the individuals, and we found that really interesting to hear what you do personally. Can you tell us a little bit in brief how you actually manage a team? Because I guess we have no idea how we manage a team in paragliding.
Yeah, well, it's really hard. As you can see, the results are not always working as expected. So I will not giving some big lesson on how to do that. I think basically British guys are doing it so well now, Slovenian boys also, and well, I have seen a big improvement in many teams. But just to give you a few words, if you would like to hear it, I try to focus on the leaders and to help them as much as it could be to build the team around them. So here I have 2, Honorin and Maxime. And I need to keep a balance between the 2 of them. They are racing hard since day 1 of this championship to be the new European champion. It seems that Maxime has an upper hand, but it's still not over. And they are still fighting each other every task. So basically the team is built around those 2 with the main purpose to soften this battle and to manage to get a unity around a collective result, which is very, very hard to get because of the current rules. No discard in teams, but discard individually. It's getting harder each time.
You'd like to see that changed?
Well, maybe. Of course, but on another way, it's good to have this because I think it randomizes a little bit the game, and some lower skilled team on the paper at least could still win it if the major team do a mistake. So I'm not fundamentally for a change. I just find this logic to be a bit flown when you fly the task, because suddenly as a pilot you don't know if you need to act for yourself first or for your teammates first. And in some occasion the decision you need to take are opposite way. So it's a bit hard.
It's a bit hard. Okay, and what was the team briefing like this morning? What are you going to be telling the team?
Well, we will just repeat. There is nothing much more I can do. Repeat about this bad pattern laterally, which is obviously a nightmare. I mean, they are flying in flats here, right?
Yeah.
There is no chance that in 60-kilometer task in the flat, mostly side wind, someone will find an option that is completely magic and overflown the whole gaggle during 140 kilometers. That's not going to happen. Anyway, so let's do a bit more disciplined job and let's see what happens. 3 tasks to go. Maybe we will have a surprise.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Have a great rest of the competition.
Thank you very much for the interview.
Excellent. Cheers. Cheers, Julian.
Cheers.
Thank you very much. Okay. Can you tell us your name and where you're from?
I'm Martin Petz from Germany.
Excellent. Martin, Is this the first time you've flown here?
Yes,
And
first time.
how are you getting on?
Well, it started really good for me. First task was top 3 result, so I was really like, oh, I like this place, and it seems like I can go along with it. But turns out it's a bit more tricky than I thought in the beginning.
Okay, so what were the tricky bits that you found about it so far?
The stable days are making it hard for me to get into flow actually, and to read. When you get low, it's really hard to read the terrain because of all these olive trees. Everything looks the same. It's really hilly, but you cannot see it from the air because it looks all the same.
Okay.
So it's.
And how is it when you get low with that? How are you reading the terrain? Is it normal flatland flying, or what's the difference?
I don't know yet. I'm still struggling a bit.
Okay, cool. So how was yesterday? Yesterday was a big change. It was 136 kilometers, task 7. The French came down a bit. How did Germany do? How did Team Germany do?
Germany did quite good. Like we had one guy, Ernesto, going into the mountains with the French. And I got stuck in the beginning already, so I could see in the live tracking the one gaggle going in the flats doing really good, and then seeing the people in the mountains doing a huge detour, and that you could see that it was not working. So, but in the end we had 2 pilots in top 30, so
okay.
It was a good day for us.
Where did you get to yesterday?
I just made like a 40k or something. I got stuck in the flats.
Okay, so have you got live tracking on in your cockpit?
Yeah, I use the XC track, and I have my teammates in the live tracking because we started to use the radio a lot, and to get to know where everybody is and to have a better overview, it's quite nice. But I don't have everybody, so.
Yeah, and when you come here as Team Germany, what's your goal? Do you have a sort of briefing beforehand about, okay, we're flying for the team or we're flying individually? Because there's always that bit of conflict. It's like you want to do well, but also you want to be standing on the podium as a team.
Yeah, like we try to do well. For us, the goal this time was to improve using the radio and flying as a team, like helping each other and getting a good spirit for the team in general. I mean, it's not easy. It's an individual sport, and suddenly you are 10 people packed into a house, and yeah.
And talking of your house, where is it? Is it in Pegalajar?
We have actually 2 houses because we have one down next to the highway, which is it's okayish. It's a nice house, but it wasn't big enough for everybody. So we are 3 pilots living in Pegalajar.
Okay, cool. And as a place to come to fly for a recreational pilot for non-competition, how would you rate it?
I think it's quite nice. For the evening soaring looks amazing. Like you can see them flying every evening. For going solo cross country without the clouds and that, I find it quite. You can learn a lot here.
Okay, cool. You can learn a lot. All right. Well, listen. Best of luck today, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Okay, I'm here with team leader Alberto from Italy.
Yeah, ciao.
You had a good day yesterday, your team.
Yes, yesterday was a good day. Joachim arrived very fast in goal, and he take the 3rd position, 2nd of the time, but about the leading point, 3rd. And Dennis also arrived about 30 seconds behind of the Joachim. So 2 pilots of the team immediately in goal, and also Silvia, the female team, was in goal about 3, 4, 5 minutes from the leading group. So for her it's very fast task. After other task where he was unlucky because he has some pain, back pain, and it was difficult for her to fly in this competition.
Well, Dennis and Matteo also took the 2nd turn point very fast. They were there first.
Joachim.
Yes,
okay.
and Joachim.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, they were flying amazingly yesterday.
Yeah, because yesterday was 2 different lines. One group was in the mountain, and the other group was not in the flat, but in the hill behind, both the flat and the mountain. Yes, the shoes of the hill was the perfect shoes, but when you take this decision, you don't know what happened in the future. So we take this decision, and in the end was the good decision. So
How do you determine your team tactics? Do you do that before the task starts, or do you talk to them on the radio when they're in the air?
No, the tactic was the briefing before the start. After the task, okay, the mid-director task, you made a briefing with all pilot and decide the key point of the task. Okay. The point where it's possible to go faster, or the possible where to put the brake, because it's difficult. It's possible also to land. After this, by radio, I inform the pilot if from the car, from the ground, I see some situation that change compared to what we have decision on the briefing. In the end, in goal, I inform the pilot from the wind, how is the goal, if it's in the hill, is in the flat, if there is some obstacle in front of where the pilot arrives. So all information for the pilot, and also if there is a convergence of cumulus, because for them is important to know what happened 40-50 kilometers before the goal.
Yep. And do they use team radio frequency? Like, are they talking to each other, helping each other?
Yeah, we have the Italy radio frequency also, and the pilot is also in emergency frequency double, because it's mandatory this. And we use the tip on the brake, okay, because when you have more speed, full speed, is difficult to to take the radio spoken. It's difficult, but also it's very dangerous. No, so we use the tip on the brake, and it's more easy for the pilot to spoke. Also, inside of the helmet there is the microphone, because the wind is very disturb the communication if you spoke in front of the wind.
And what's your tactics about the non-scoring pilots? Like, do you use them to help the scoring pilots, advance? Will you sometimes sacrifice
No. In this case, it is here the not scoring pilot was young pilot, no, and so I prefer to go them free completely decision. We take the decision on the briefing, okay, on the total of the team, but in fly I prefer not sacrifice them, because it's the first time in the FAI competition, and I prefer to enjoy for them.
Great, thank you so much. That's really insightful. Okay. Thank you.
All right, Luis Martinez Iturbe. Well, I was just holding myself not to just jump out of my chair yesterday. What incredible recovery from yesterday.
Yes, thank you. The day before the official rest day, we believe we ate something in a bad state, and the following day when we came to take off, Pepe and I, we were in very bad condition. We came to the takeoff, but we couldn't fly. We were dizzy, dehydrated. I don't know, we couldn't fly. So we went back to the hotel and sleep and recover and sleep and sleep. Yesterday, I woke up feeling good, like 90%. But I was very motivated because I didn't fly the day before. I was feeling bad for the team that I couldn't be there for them. So the idea was to just be in the front group. We didn't think it was going to be a task where the gaggle would be broken into different groups. But as soon as we got information on the radio that we managed to break the group and we went into the flats, we decided to push, and it was very beautiful because we had all the Spanish team in the front opening and looking for the lines and looking for the thermals, trying to be as efficient as possible to arrive to the mountains as soon as possible, because we knew the better conditions were there. So we were very, very efficient as a team with the communications and working together. So very proud of the Spanish team in that aspect. There they are.
So you're feeling great. You on the team.
Yes, no, the team is beautiful, honestly. Like the way we communicate, the way we work out, and we help each other find the lines and the thermals is just fantastic. Then once inside the mountains, I knew I had quite some good leading points, but somehow I still felt motivated. And then it's an area where we know, because Yelmo is an area where we often do competitions in Spain. So I went straight for the takeoff, which is a big mountain called El Yelmo with the antennas, and I went there, and the barrio just started beeping 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it went to 6. I just turned, and it was the most beautiful and clean thermal of the whole day. That put me straight to 3,400 meters. The entire group came with me. I left with them at 3,400, but I kind of left first again. I think that was a mistake. I should have left maybe more conservative, knowing that I had all the leading points. But anyway, I was so much full of adrenaline that I went for it, and I took a bad line, and I lost right away 100 meters from the rest. Then I was very trying to optimize, because we had 25 kilometers to go, and we knew it was going to be like kind of like the last thermal. So I was trying to be very efficient on the second bar, first bar, second bar, in order to arrive to the next mountains. A couple turns, and then I arrived a minute and a half behind Darko Stankowski, which did a very, very smart flight. But with the leading points, I managed to get second. So very happy for the Spanish team, very happy for me too. But the most important is to put Spain in the podium, hopefully by the end of the competition.
Oh, that's the attitude. All right, and today, day 8 of the whole competition. How does it feel? What do you expect today?
What do we expect today? Good question. I don't know yet. I've looked. I try to take a rest, because it's a lot of intensity. So it's been a lot of days. So I try to rest when it's time to rest. I try to focus when it's time to focus on the task. I try not to overload my brain with information and data. And then we'll see. We'll see when we will do our Spanish briefing. We'll see. We'll study the possibilities. But then also when we fly, I like to keep an open mind and make the decisions as we go.
Perfect, perfect. Sounds brilliant. Thank you very much, Luis, and good luck today.
Thank you.
Marko Milutinovic. Okay, hello, good morning. We are here in day 8. So I would like to ask you about yesterday, how the task was for you.
Yesterday's task was difficult for me, but in overall it was really nice. So what I liked about it mostly is that for the moment I forgot about scoring, the nervousness or anything that I had, because I lost the gaggle. And after I went onto the mountains, I got back the same feeling of when I started flying, with the surroundings and everything. So I was quite happy again, even though I knew my points were gone and the task is gonna go into a discard, and probably it's gonna be one of my worst tasks in the competition. So it was actually beautiful. I went there, I fight for the very end. I landed in goal, I think 1 minute before the deadline. So I was calculating everything to be in goal, but still to enjoy it over there. So it was beautiful.
Wow, sounds like definitely you changed completely your mindset, right?
Yeah, I changed my mindset. I lost the race and I just went flying on my own, just pure cross country flying with maybe a few pilots around me, going back and forth. But I have a completely different mindset, and I really enjoyed the task. It was proper task for this level of competition. Otherwise, I was thinking about other competitions back home. People will be scared. There will be lots of problems with landings and everything. But that was just amazing. I was there in the canyon, and then I thought, like, no one's gonna bomb out here. I was sure no one's gonna bomb out.
Wow, that is very solid.
It was really nice. Yeah.
All right, so after the task, how is it going for you overall in this competition?
Well, when you have 10 days of flying, or I hope to have 10 days of flying, you just have to look at the results and see where you're at. There's not much excuses. So I'm
probably somewhere mid-table, and that's where I belong.
All right, okay. And so finally, today, day 8 of competition, I don't know, you check what to expect about today?
I'm just expecting shorter tasks because some people were complaining of the tiredness and a lack of concentration and lack of rest. So maybe a little shorter task, which I don't personally enjoy. I kind of start putting my engines on slowly, and then about 80 kilometers or 60 kilometers actually start flying really well. So that's not in my favor, but I'm expecting a little shorter task, maybe 19 Ks, 90 Ks.
Okay.
And so on, yeah.
All right, whatever happened today, yes, thank you very much for your time and good luck. Go for it.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
All right, good morning, Richard Mick.
Hi.
I would like to ask you about yesterday's task, how it was. It was one of those long one, day 7, so tell us about it.
Yeah, it was a long day, particularly with the retrieve. We didn't get back till midnight. We stopped on way for something to eat, but the task itself started slow outish in the flats. I took a completely different line to the main gaggle and headed back to the ridge, which worked for me. So when we got to Mancha Real, I was on top of the main gaggle, reconnected there. Slow, but then picking up as we transferred east. And then the leg which took us through the no landable area, I mean, conditions really picked up there to above, we got climbs up to above 3,500 meters. We saw clouds for almost the first time in the competition, really strong, pretty rough as well at times. Yeah, we've definitely had to be on the game in controlling the glider. And then coming in final glide, we're expecting a southerly tailwind to make the glide good, but that didn't really materialize until the last 200 meters. So for a number of people, including myself, we had to stop and top up to make it in.
All right. So, but at the end you made it, no? It was a nice day.
Oh, it was a fantastic day. I mean, when you've had to battle through different sections of the flight and you then get in at the end of it, the feeling is amazing. Yeah, the reward of making the goal is fantastic.
Excellent. So overall, all around the competition, after 7 days of competition, how is it going for you?
For me, it's average really. I'm sort of ranking according to where I am in the sort of WPRS ranking of the event. I was hoping to exceed that a little bit, but you know, it is what it is. The place here in Pegalajar, I mean, it's amazing. The fact that we've tasked every day, and there've been big, long, challenging tasks as well. The launch, I'd expected it to be quite challenging. You know, you've seen pictures of it getting blown out, but we haven't had any of that yet. It's been pretty straightforward. It's also been safe. We haven't had any incidents that I'm aware of. So this is going great. And the food as well. The paella today looks absolutely awesome.
Excellent. So finally, day 8 of the competition. What do you expect just for today?
Well, going by the previous days, I don't think the organisation and task committee will particularly go short, given we had a long day yesterday. They'll set a good challenging task according to the conditions. So I would expect us to be doing 100 Ks in some direction. Usually it's to the east because that's the prevailing wind direction.
I've heard that some pilots already complaining that maybe we could have a shorter one. Please, we are a bit tired.
Well, to me, the actual task duration isn't the challenge. It's the remote goal that makes it difficult. If they did a 100K landing at Mancha Real, no one would complain because it's much, much shorter. But you can only task according to the weather. You know, they're not magicians. They can't, you know, create something out of nothing.
All right.
So just looking forward to another really good task.
All right.
Really enjoyable task.
That is the attitude.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much for your time. Good luck today.
Thank you very much.
All right, Vladimir Vachanin. We have after the task number 7 just today. So Vladimir, what you can tell us about yesterday's task?
Yeah, the yesterday task was amazing. Maybe one of the best in my life. I cannot say the best, but for sure I would like to put on the place between the best tasks, because the landscape and the region where we fly was amazing. So I was really happy. When we leave the flatlands and we reached the mountain, that was amazing. Amazing thermal, strong, good lines. good group that I used to fly yesterday. So yeah, I'm really happy and I'm proud of myself because I'm part of this competition and these amazing tasks.
You made it 7.
Yes, I made it 7. From my side, I should say, unfortunately, because I was preparing for the good results yesterday. I have really nice group with me. We worked together yesterday. We fly really well, was in a good position. But in the end, unfortunately, my trim knot was really good. So maybe I lost on the final glide like 1 minute, even bit more. So anyway, maybe I could win yesterday. But I could be closer at a much better point. But anyway, the 7th position was really good because the French pilots, they make decision to move on the mountain in the start. So from my opinion, in the first moment, that was you know, a good idea. And nobody knows what could work better. But from my opinion, yesterday, I thought maybe it will be good. But I say, okay, that's it. We already choose the line and that's it. I'm not gonna change the mind. So, but yeah, we were lucky because we have a really nice group. We work all together, moving fast, nice thermal on the way, and that pay off. Really, I'm really happy.
Yeah, I can see you can start smiling now, definitely.
Yeah.
So for today, that's just day 8. So
Yes.
I don't know if you check the forecast or you really know about the task. What do you expect today?
Yeah, yeah, it's not easy because I must say that I easy get tired. I mean, my body's get tired, but I'm really optimistic and motivated, and I like flying and racing here. So yeah, finally I can risk a bit because I have behind me, after 7 tasks, I just one task when I try to do something is almost pay off, but didn't in the end. So I have now the 6 good tasks, and then I can risk, so I can try to move a bit more because right now I'm in 8th position in overall, and unfortunately for my friends who choose another line, so they lost something yesterday, and that also helped me to jump on the overall. So yeah, but the race is still on. My mode is really well, and I'm still motivated for racing and hope so for some really good results.
Excellent, excellent. So let's go for the day.
Yeah,
thank you very
go.
much, and
Thank
good
you.
luck today.
See you in the goal.
Yeah.
I'm here with Andre from Team Romania.
Hi.
Hi. You had a good task yesterday.
Yes.
Which line did you choose, flatlands or mountains?
We started in the flatlands, and the conditions were pretty slow, and the French team left us, so the gaggle got a bit slower than usual. And yeah, then we got to some mountains and some stronger conditions, and then it started the gaggle started to organize pretty well, and it started to be more efficient. And yeah, after that we were pushing all day, low and high, and we got to the mountains finally, where we really had bombastic conditions. Super nice, very fantastic.
Were you tempted at all to follow the French guys into the mountains?
I was wondering where they left, because to me it didn't make any sense. I was always asking my teammates about them on the radio, but yeah, finally when we got to the first mountain, we saw them, but they were way in the back already. So yeah, tough luck.
Well, you chose the right route.
Yes, apparently.
And tell me about final glide. How did that work for you?
Yeah, that was quite intense, because everyone was getting low. We were getting to the last hill before the end of speed section. It was like 6 kilometers from the end of speed, and we barely made it over the ridge of the hill. But yeah, some like Darko went in front, and Dylan, and also the Luis from the Spanish team. So they kind of marked the ways, the good lines and the bad ones. So I just followed them, and it worked really nice. We just floated into the goal.
Brilliant. So I mean, it's going pretty well for you overall.
Yeah, it's not bad. I'm happy about it.
Yeah?
Yes.
You're happy with your performance?
Yeah.
Brilliant. Okay, so 3 more tasks to go.
Yes.
Are you hoping to go bigger or not?
Definitely.
Yeah?
Yes.
How's your energy level after 7 tasks?
I'm pretty good. I mean, today I'm a bit tired, but just because I slept bad. But I'm sure it's gonna be fine.
Great.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure I'll speak to you again before the end of the week. Go Team Romania.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right.
I'm here with Dan Gerdea from Sweden, Swedish team leader.
Yeah.
How's your competition going?
Good so far. We had a long task, which I appreciate, and yeah, it's. Can we start over?
I mean, you're team leader for Sweden. How are you organising your team?
Every evening, if we have time, or otherwise every morning, we look through the tracks and check like the mistakes that people did and how to improve them for the next day. And then before we got here, we got to borrow the electric shock therapy machine from the Swedish ice hockey team. So we've been using that, and yeah, it seems to improve their performance.
So last one in goals gets the biggest shock, yeah?
No, it's a joke.
I hope so.
Oh yeah, no. We just look through the tracks and yeah, see what we can do better.
And have you got a team radio? Like, do you talk to each other as a team in the air?
No, we don't. And we were thinking about it, but then I think that it's more important focusing on what's happening around you than listening to someone else giving you instructions on the radio or giving you information. So yeah, I don't know, maybe for other teams it works well if they fly a lot together, but we don't fly so much together, so then it's better like everyone just focuses on what's happening around them.
Okay. So you're not flying as a team, you're flying as individuals?
Yeah, like we fly as individuals, but we collect points for our team.
Yeah.
So, but we don't. Also because we have different experiences and different gliders, it's a bit difficult to stick together. And some of our pilots are. It's their first big championship, and they need to get used to a little bit to the speed because it's going pretty fast here. So.
Yeah. How did the task go for you yesterday, for your team?
You can ask me about the second task. That's better.
How was the second task for you?
Oh, good. I think almost everyone made goal. So
great.
Yeah, yesterday was a bit tough. Actually, none of us made goal.
Did you go for the mountains or the flatlands?
I went for the flatlands, yeah, and I saw the French going for the mountains, and I wished them luck. No, but
you weren't tempted to follow them?
No, not at all. It was pretty obvious that the flats were as good as the mountains, or at least we were waiting for the start. So, yeah, and the clouds that we saw were too far deep into the mountains to reach them, and the detour was too long. So, yeah, it seemed to have been faster going in the flats.
One final question. You live in Spain.
Yeah.
So, you know, what's the difference between flying in Catalonia, where you live, and flying here in Andalusia?
The difference is here there is a grassy takeoff, which is nice. I don't know if I've seen anyone in Catalonia.
It's been a drought for 3 years.
Yeah. No, but it's also I find it more. It's easier to land here because. Yeah, you can land between the trees, and in Catalonia, especially in the Pyrenees, the valleys are pretty deep and a lot of trees. And yeah, I don't know. I never ended up in a deep valley in Catalonia, so I don't know how the wind is there, but it looks a bit rough. So it's not like the Alps where everything is like grassy and nice and big. So, but it's charming as well that it's a little bit more rough. So then you need to be a bit careful with the altitude.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for your time. Good luck today and for the next 3 tasks.
Yeah, thank you.
And hopefully see you again.
Thanks.
I'm here with Dusan from Team Slovenia.
Hello.
Hello. You had a pretty good task yesterday.
Yeah. Personally, I'm progressing step by step. And yesterday, yes, the big decision was made actually at the very beginning or just before the start. There were two groups. One group went right on the hills, and the other group went straight on the flats. And it turns out quite quickly that on the flat it would be a better line. The flat worked quite well, and also it was a bit more optimized route. So yeah, at the end it paid off. That's it for the yesterday route. Yeah.
And how was your final glide?
Ooh, my final glide was stressful. I actually had to go one of the lowest of the group because I couldn't catch the last thermal. The last thermal was off, and I just said I'm going in because I had to take a risk, and actually I came just a few meters above the goal. It was quite stressful at the end, yes.
But you made it, and a lot of people...
Yes, I made it. A few of them, yes, they did make it. They didn't get so lucky as me. In the end, hopefully it worked out for me.
Well, I mean, in yesterday's task you were 23rd. But
yes.
Like I say, there was a lot of big names that got into the end of speed section. The leaders, 3 of them, got into end of speed sections but not go.
Yeah, I think they all were in the same, let's say, mindset. It's now or never, to go or not to go, because it's the same of if you're like 60 or you bomb out. So you have to be on the top 20, 30, 20 if you want to progress. Otherwise, you cannot, because the points are so small and you can't make a difference.
Team Slovenia is doing really well.
Yes, we are holding up and hopefully we'll get better.
How do you work as a team? I mean, do you have team radio? Do you work out your tactics as a team before the race, or are you flying as individuals?
We do have radios, but frankly, we don't have, let's say, some specific or in front made task to say we will all go there or there. We are actually deciding in the air. We are connected, but not so much as maybe others. Maybe this is bad or good, I don't know.
Well, Thielen is your team leader.
Yes.
And does he do a briefing about the task in advance?
Yes, I mean, we all sit together and talk a little bit about the tactics and where we assume it would be better or worse, and then we decide as a group what to choose.
Okay, well, it's obviously working.
Yeah.
So, thank you very much. Good luck today.
Thank you. Bye.
I'm here with Etienne from Team Luxembourg, the other Luxembourger.
Yeah.
And if you don't mind me saying, our oldest competitor in this competition. So you're 68. It's amazing to still be flying at this level. What's your secret?
I like it. I like to fly. That's all.
And how long have you been flying?
I started flying in '89. Paragliding, yeah.
Wow, 35 years. That's amazing. Okay, and you got to goal the first 2 tasks?
Yes.
And then since then
it's a bit difficult, yeah.
Okay.
The last task was difficult, yeah.
Did you take the flatlands route or the mountain route?
Yesterday I went through the mountains, but it was difficult to climb above the ones.
Yeah, I mean, all the French team took the mountain route and they found it very difficult as well.
Yeah, yeah. I was too slow. Yeah.
Okay.
I had to land before the end of task.
And how have you found the competition overall?
Yeah, well organized. It was very nice. Yeah.
And do you like the tasks?
Yes, I like the task very much. Yes.
Bit of variety.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Well, I hope it continues well for you and you get to go today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, I'm here with Jeremy from Austria and I'm going to do this interview in German. Hi, wie geht's?
Sehr gut.
Gefällt's dir hier in Pegalajar?
Ja, super. Das Wetter ist super schön, das Gebiet ist auch sehr interessant, vielfältig und ja, die Leute, die Menschen, die Organisation, das passt wirklich alles super.
Klasse. Und gestern hattest du einen super guten Tag.
Ja, gestern war mein bester Tag, also eigentlich ist jeden Tag mein neuer bester Tag. Am ersten Tag bin ich als allerletzter im Goal gekommen, gestern war ich 35. Also das steigt jeden Tag, steigere ich mich Und ja, ich fühle mich immer wohler, das passt sehr gut.
Und gestern warst du im Flachland oder in den Bergen?
Bin direkt auf die Linie geflogen, ziemlich. Ja, nicht wie der Pepe, ein bisschen recht davon, wie der Burg. Aber ja, das hat super funktioniert. Die Steigwerte waren sehr gut und ja, es hat gut gepasst. Ich habe sehr gute Linie gefunden, immer die Zeit genommen, die Thermik aufzudrehen und so hat es sehr gut gepasst.
Ja, und dann
Buenas tardes y bienvenidos al octavo día en estos 17º Campeonatos Europeos de Parapente en Pegalajar 2024. Mi nombre es Javi García y estoy encantado de estar un día más con todos vosotros.
Hi and welcome to the 17th European Paragliding Championships here in Pegalajar in Spain. My name's Judith Mole. We're delighted to have you back for another day of broadcasting on Task 8. So, as usual, we started our broadcasting day with an hour, well this time actually nearly an hour and a half of interviews, resumes from yesterday, interviews with pilots this morning, about how it's going, a whole variety. And now we start our half an hour pre-race start broadcast. And can I just remind you that we have an 8 p.m. resume of the day where we recap, if you didn't join us for our 4 hours yesterday and probably 4 hours today, mammoth broadcast. So yes, we have we would like to thank our sponsors who make all this possible.
Yeah, definitely. We have quite a few, and the first that we would like to say thanks a lot is to Xavi Berneda, and because of Munich, and then also we would like to say thank you to Diputación de Jaén, or the provincial government of Jaén, Ayuntamiento de Pegalajar, or Pegalajar Town Council, Comisión Técnica de Parapente, or the Spanish Paragliding Technical Commission, and finally Federación Aeronáutica Española, or the Spanish Aeronautical Association. And of course, do not forget as well, Nibiuk Paragliders.
Okay, we're going to do a recap ourselves later, but first of all we would like to show you a short 5-minute video with what happened yesterday.
Estamos aquí en Génave, en el miércoles, séptima manga de este Campeonato de Europa de Pegalajar. Hoy hemos unido 2 zonas de vuelo, hemos salido de Pegalajar, hemos pasado por el Yelmo, zona muy conocida también de Jaén. Y bueno, otra vez un montonazo de pilotos han llegado a gol en esta manga que tiene 134 kilómetros. No ha sido nada fácil, ha sido de hecho bastante difícil porque el principio de la manga ha sido muy lenta, las condiciones han sido flojillas, el viento no ha sido a favor. Pero luego, una vez que han alcanzado la sierra de Cazorla, ya han conseguido techos altos, más de 3.500 metros, y bueno, han llegado los pilotos aquí. No son dificultades porque el tramo final era un poco complicado, con viento en contra, y algún que otro piloto le ha supuesto no llegar a gol. Pero bueno, otra vez estamos con todo de cara, la meteo favorable, y seguimos, que nos quedan 3 mangas y a por ellas que vamos.
Cuando hemos salido, nosotros sabemos que tenemos que romper el grupo lo máximo posible, y cuando sabíamos que una gran parte del grupo se han ido por las montañas del sur, cuando hemos llegado al Aznaltín con el Barlovento ya ganado, pues nos hemos decidido atacar, y la verdad que hemos sido muy eficientes ahí. Nos hemos puesto todos los españoles delante con una información muy buena, trabajando en equipo, es una gozada. Y nada, tirando para sacarles cuanto más puntos mejor a los otros. Luego sabíamos también que en la zona de las montañas de Cazorla las condiciones iban a ser mejor, así que correr para llegar ahí lo antes posible y luego un sitio espectacular, ahí cañones, pinares, espectacular la verdad. Luego ya la llegada al Yelmo es una zona que es típica de competición de aquí en España y bueno, me la conozco un poquillo, así que yo les iba avisando que yo iba tirando por radio, así que fui directo al despegue del Yelmo a las antenas y me empezó a saltar ahí un +2, +3 y dije, no, aquí hay algo más gordo. Y pimba, me salió un +5, +6 y ya cuando llegó el grupo ya los tenía todo abajo. Así que bien, muy contento sobre todo por el equipo, que hoy lo hemos hecho muy bien. Hemos recortado unos puntos a nuestros rivales y a ver si en estos 3 días que faltan ponemos a España donde se merece, que yo creo que es un puesto en el podium, porque la verdad que el equipo que tenemos este año realmente estamos volando en grupo y yo creo que se nota, ¿no? Que estamos ahí comunicándonos y volando muy eficiente, así que muy contento con el equipo que tenemos, la verdad.
Today was really nice. We covered the flats first and then went into the mountains close to Yelmo. So it was a nice change in altitude. Yeah, it's from normal fields to rocky mountains. It was really nice. Long task. I feel the comp is already on day 7, so I feel a little tired, but happy to be in goal today.
Well, after these beautiful images just from yesterday, also maybe we can talk a bit about what happened yesterday, but also maybe what didn't happen, because actually it didn't happen a lot.
It was an exciting day yesterday. It was the first task where we didn't just have everybody going along the line and just following each other, where we actually had some separation of gaggles and a real you could see the tactics in the teams.
Yeah, definitely, yes. Even though they set this turn point at the beginning after the start point to guide the group and then make this start point really safe, immediately after, 2 groups that were split, one big one just heading on the normal optimized course, but then immediately we saw the French team and also the Swiss as well just heading completely to the south towards the mountain, and we thought, okay, for the first time we're going to have a different approach for the main task. That was really interesting to see, and really soon we started to see how they were dealing with the condition and who was making completely different tactics and decisions. Just from the start we saw Pedra, for example, and Pepe Maleki just heading more to the north and completely alone on themselves, and meanwhile, the group, they were moving at the beginning really slowly because it was not difficult. It was the wind. They faced a wind that wasn't expected. They was facing north and northeast at the very beginning. That made this first part of the race really slow and difficult. So Petra, even though she was performing nicely at the end, for her was, she landed. And in the meantime, Pepe Malek, that gave us also a lesson about endurance.
He was flying on his own for an hour and a half ahead at the head of the race,
Yeah.
until he got stuck and then had to climb himself out. He got to 3,000 meters, but unfortunately he didn't make goal yesterday. We did have an interview with him this morning, but I think we've run out of time to show that, so we'll see if we can bring you that later, because he was one of the one of the ones to watch yesterday, certainly. What happened then was that the French and the Swiss started to really struggle in the mountains, and Honoré made the move to join the gaggle back in the flats, did the most incredible glide I think I've ever seen in a race, just kilometres and kilometres and kilometres without
No turn at all, a high speed.
and maintaining really, really well. Maxime got into trouble. He got to 130 metres above ground level, managed to do a fantastic low
Very
save.
low save.
Chased the pack and never managed to connect with the leading gaggle. And Luke and Yassen bombed in the mountains, and Rui Aguiar, the winner of Task 1, did the same. And so, yeah, what happened in the end was that the final glide was very tricky for a lot of people. There was hoped for convergence, some found it, some didn't, and we had a group of pilots that were right at the front who ended up making it into the end of speed section but not making goal. And I mean, they'd pushed so hard at the front of the race all day just to miss it by 800 metres. I interviewed Ronnie Helgeson this morning. His excuse is that he was absolutely desperate for a pee and his zip was stuck and he couldn't get his hand in to help him. And he said by that point he was happier to pee than to get to goal.
I mean, fair enough.
So and the first one in was the final glide into goal, between the battle between Darko and Nuno Virgilio and Jacek from Poland was incredible. Darko won that battle.
Yeah.
Nuno went down again in the end of speed section, but not a goal.
Yeah, he managed to finish the end of the section, but not to validate the goal. Yes.
A lot of pilots in the interview this morning mentioned the final glide and that it was not easy. We ended up with only 2 French pilots in goal yesterday, and Constance didn't make it. So it's the first task that she hasn't won this week.
Mm-hmm.
And it was won by a first woman, Eliega from Austria.
Yeah.
So, let's bring you results.
All right. We have what you did mention. Darko made it first, and then we had because the leading points. Remember how important leading points are in this competition. It was Luis Martinez Iturbe who made an incredible recovery of being sick the day before and managed just to ride second. Finally, we have on the third position Joachim Oberhauser, on the fourth position Jacek Gorski, and on the fifth position Marcelo Sanchez. Women, we have first position for Eli Egger, in the second Anka Tabara, and in the third position Silvia Bussi Ferraris. I'm very happy to say that the first team to make it being first and the gold yesterday was Spain, followed by Poland and Great Britain, and Italy, finally Slovenia.
Yeah, all those teams, well, no, Great Britain didn't get their whole scoring team in. They got 3 of their scorers in. But it was a good day for a lot of teams. I mean, Italy got all 4 of theirs in, and their Italian female pilot, Silvia Bussi Ferrari, was only 3 minutes after the lead gaggle. So she had a really fast task. She's had back problems that have plagued her all this week, but yesterday it all, all her experience paid off again. Okay, so let's have a look at the overall results, because yesterday's task made a big difference.
Oh yeah.
So, overall results after task 7, it's changed. Maxime Pinot is still in first place. Sebas Ospina from Great Britain is only 26.2 points behind. Thielen Segler is is 8.4 points after Thielen. Darko Stankovski is now in place 4, only 10.7 points behind Thielen. And Ferdinand Vogel is from Germany is only 10.9 points behind Darko. So the women.
Women, we have Constance Mettetal with 4,955.8 points in total. Eliaga chasing Constance in total of 4,625.4. There's a mega difference with 330.4 point. Finally, we have Anka Tavara with a total of 3,728.8 point in total, which makes a difference. This is much bigger difference to Eliaga. Is 896.6. Is a really big gap here and there.
Yesterday, Ellie was more than 400 points behind Constance, and there was a 1,000-point difference between Constance and Julia Jaus from Germany, who was third yesterday. So the women's classification, although the points are much more spread than the men's, there's still a competition there.
Definitely.
So the biggest difference of everything are the nations ranking.
Yeah.
After yesterday, I should say, France is no longer in the lead. It's now Great Britain. Slovenia is in second place with a points difference of 8.9 to catch Britain for the first place. France is now in third place. They've been winning every day up until yesterday. They're 194.7 points behind Slovenia. Austria's in third place. They're 69.1 points behind France. And finally in fifth place, their neighbours Germany, who only need to gain 75.9 points to catch up with Austria. So, everything in the nations changed and everything to play for.
Wow, it's super exciting suddenly. And now we have 3 remaining tasks, and I know we're gonna spot more surprises for sure. So let's go for today.
Okay, so today, some briefing issues that Inigo Redin, the meet director, told us about. One was that yesterday 6 pilots landed after the task deadline, and they will receive a warning for that. There's a task deadline set so that everybody's on the ground at a certain time and they know that they're safe. So they have to have reported back by 7. Well, yesterday it was the task deadline was 7:30 because we started quite late and it was a long task, and they have 15 minutes after that. If they keep flying and don't pay attention to the time and the race organisation is waiting for them, we don't know where to retrieve them from, they'll get a warning, and you only get a warning once. After that you get penalised. Another one was that people still didn't send their retrieve messages and to say they're safe. You'd have thought after 7 tasks, that would kind of be
I think it's
normal.
about time.
Yes.
Not to say anything related to report the message.
But the big issue today is that there's been a complaint from the Czech team, and it's about aggressive flying. Now, we've had a lot of stuff going on about aggressive flying this whole week. Goran read the riot act to the pilots the other day. It's not made any difference, and the Czech team have had enough. They put in a complaint 10 minutes before last night's deadline, but because there was only 10 minutes to deal with it, unfortunately, nothing much could happen overnight. But it needs to be dealt with ASAP, because if it escalates to a protest, that would happen tomorrow after dealing with the complaint, and that would mean that the protest would then be for Saturday's task, affect Saturday's task. And of course, by that point, if pilots are being penalised, for example, then the tactics for the top pilots of who they need to beat would be out of the window.
Yeah.
And it could affect the scoring.
Yeah, completely.
So that, how the scoring will work on the final task. And of course, we need to know that on Saturday night, because, we can't, we would like to have a closing ceremony and crown the winners. So they see tonight after this task, the jury, the meet director and the pilots will have to meet, and there will then be either a resolution to this or it'll escalate.
All right, and hopefully, exactly, they'll be able to just sort out and with no more complication, and hopefully we won't see any other protest not much longer. Yeah, for the rest of the competition, that should be ideal. Okay, after that, maybe we should move forward and then just go and talk about what today, weather and today task. Let's start about the weather. So basically, even the MIG director today was really quick on the briefing about the weather, say, come on, it's that great condition. That's all, let's go with the task. So yeah, the weather, basically we can say the influences that we have with the high pressure system all around the Iberian Peninsula. It's getting warmer and warmer. Again, now that we have a bit of breeze here, it's bearable, but as soon as the breeze decreases, it is really suffocating here. So, but most of it less, the conditions are going to be quite similar than yesterday, with winds that they will be holding the direction between north, west, and west as we go in altitude from 2 and 3 and 4 p.m. So mainly northwest, 500, 1500, and 2000, and then on the top of the thermal at the beginning it would be around 2000 meters. But the wind mainly it will be generally turning along with the high to west, and eventually they can find on the third, we'll talk later about the task, but on the third or second waypoint they can find just turning more west, even southwest on the higher layers. We expect as well at around 5 o'clock or so that the top of the thermal will be able to reach 3000, if not even more, around 3200 meters. And in the altitude also they will find between west, southwest, but mainly west wind. The speed of those winds, there will be around maximum 16 kilometers an hour. And cloud at the mountains are expected, and today also they're going to be rising this top of the thermals about 3,500 meters up to 4,000. With also today is something that the pilots and also the safety committee, they need to keep an eye on them, because they expect the depth of the clouds. Some of them they can reach more than 1,700 meters. So, well, we will talk later about the safety committee again, how that is work. Thermal, definitely today, powerful thermals more than +4 meters per second for sure, because they were reported yesterday, especially when they were arriving to El Yelmo area, they were easily saying +6. So definitely today, that is about to happen today. And the minimum temperature on the medium lower layer also is warmer, and when they will be flying around 3,000 meters, it will be quite similar to the past days, around 6 degrees. So that's those is going to be quite similar.
But can I just say that at 2,000 meters, it's supposed to be 18 degrees.
18, yeah.
So if it's 18 degrees at 2,000, imagine how warm it is where we're sitting.
All right, so now let's go with the task. Now let's talk about the task today. Well, I have to say that some pilots, they were commenting all around the task after 7 non-stopping. Well, we have a resting day, but long task, more than 100 kilometers task. So finally, there was some, some questions about those, but not related if they want to shorten the tasks. This is not what the problem or the issue. They were more about the retrieval, the sometimes they can take a time. Some pilot, they made it at midnight. So they say, what if actually we can manage to find a task that don't put away that much away? So finally today is the task that they come up. And this is a race to goal with an exit start gate that has 3 turn point, drawing like a pentagon shape. We will go that in a minute, and then we go into the goal, which today is a massive cylinder, and that will be facing it will be facing mainly tailwind at the end of this approach to goal, and then after that they need to completely go back for a short glide into this open field very close as well to the road. When there's a line to stop to validate the goal, today is 150 meters, because they made it shorter for safety condition, just to hold the pilot inside this field. So this first start point is very close, very close actually, to the hill where the Pegalajar is. That allows the pilot to choose different approaches just to start the race, because they can use the end of the hill of the Pegalajar, but also they can move a bit more towards the north, and then from that they can be launched on the way to this first short leg to the next waypoint, which is let me get to that information, and I had it here. Right. Now I cannot find it, of course. Okay, there you go. The first glide is 16 kilometers, and then basically it's northwest direction. Just notice that this first section of the race probably is going to be one of the most difficult for those first 16 kilometers. They're mainly going to go into the wind, so they're definitely going slow, flying slow, and my opinion, we don't expect much attack in that section of the on the task. Just when they arrive this turn point, they will be heading southwest. Maybe I think when in that section is when we're going to start seeing those first attacks. And today I have the feeling we're going to spot quite a few, and expecting surprises also, and really high reaction from the French pilots. It is the next leg is at 28 kilometers southwest. Once they arrive at the next turn point, they change completely direction into the southeast, drawing this pentagon shape in a longer, a bit 2 kilometers longer leg, 30 kilometers. They're going to continue, and the last turn point is about to happen. Just changing the direction yet again into the north east direction, another 25 kilometers just to arrive goal. And when they do it, when they reach goal, they will turn around for a very short glide, and then we arrive the line, and which is yet again an easy area, flat area, no trees around, close to the road, easy for the retrieval. And well, one of the characteristics that I spot today compared to the days before, today definitely not going to play in flatlands at all. It is more about mountains. We're going to fly around a few sierras. To start, we're going to fly around Sierra de Jabalcuz, and then we're going to basically all the time spotting different group of mountains that definitely they're going to work, and they're going to develop really strong thermals. We can see already high cumulus clouds from here working, and those are on the direction where the race is about to happen. They would see in the middle of this pentagon is one stunning mountain that usually also we fly there. We use it as a takeoff or a supporting area when you are flying around. It's La Pandera, but just to notice that the direction they're taking from between the first turn point to the second is just a classic here also in Pegalajar, when you fly up on front of Jaén city, and then you turn into the southwest direction, flying above Martos village is a classic, and Caudete, which is very often we set a goal there, and then also flying in the same. When we also seen real images just from the start point, the pilot how they are gathering there, getting ready for the start point to happen. In the meantime, I would like to highlight all the time how all the pilots they're going to have available the mountains really close all the time, really close, just in case they need support or they need to spot those clouds. So eventually they will be able to go in, getting high, and get out, push, attack, reach the turn point, and again go back for some support. So today I expecting a lot of reaction, a lot of action in the different groups that are about to happen. We don't know yet. That's very different compared to the last flat flight that we had. We are actually we are 6 minutes away for the start point to happen. So let's have a look how the gaggle is. Well, actually today they're really solid. Gaggle. Well, the good thing, the really big difference today in this gaggle just getting ready to go. Well, all of them currently are above 2,200 and beyond. I can see easily pilot nearby 3,000 meters. So that is a big difference. Remember, the last days we were spotting all the time 17, 1,800 maximum, something like it, but never, very rarely we saw 2,000 meters before the start. But now everybody's holding a really nice altitude there. Remember, the higher they get, the faster they're going to make this first section of the race facing the into the wind, northwest direction, 16 kilometers for that leg. And short after, I'm sure, after this turn point is when we're going to see those first attacks. I'm really impatient to see who's going to be the first one to make the move. After this turn point, remember, leading points is when they enter into the game. So definitely, though, the big names, they're going to be there fighting for those. Just to remember that we are broadcasting in the YouTube channel. Please, we have the chat alive here. We invite you just to ask anything you can have in doubt or anything, any curiosity you might have, and we will be super happy just to answer it as soon as possible. So please use the chat. You're very welcome to do it.
Yeah, I'll be watching not just the chat, but also in touch with the race organisation as they go to goal to see what's happening on the course line, if there's any weather information that they can give us, and yeah, helping Javi to monitor the task. So we've already seen the retrieve car going down to the bomb outfield. So there's a few pilots down there, and I believe we also had a little bit of a problem launch earlier.
Yeah, I don't know who was. I don't know if we did find, but we saw a pilot that basically smashed on front of the lower part of the takeoff on the trees. I have no update about it. I was able to get out soon because for the what I saw, I thought, wow, it's going to take a while.
But the pilot was all right.
Yeah, completely right. No, it was really low, nothing important, but the glider was really entangled there. So yeah, we need to, as soon as we find out, we will pass it to you. When we are less than 3 minutes about the start gate to happen, all the pilots just getting ready there, really solid, more than 2,500 meters. With this altitude, I would like to see this first glide, how it's going to be spectacular, I think, because they're going to push and go together. Maybe not running fast, but definitely with this altitude, I think they're going to reach the next start point, the next turn point really, really quickly, without the need to stop in between, is what I mean. But they're going to make it in one go.
One of the things at briefing today was that when they fly over the city of Jaén, one area that there are landing fields, there's plenty of landing options, but one of them that they must avoid is the industrial estate because it's full of power lines.
Yeah.
It would be too dangerous to land there, so they were specifically told and shown the industrial area to avoid. So, I mean, it'd be nice to fly over Jaén.
It's really beautiful. It's really beautiful. Just to fly all around. Jaén itself, even though it's a small city, but it's really beautiful. But Sierra del Jabalcud is just behind. It's stunning. It's, like I said yesterday, take your camera, no matter where, the angle you choose, you're going to have such a beautiful picture. But yeah, I mean, just struggling, just in case you struggle, because I don't expect nobody's going to struggle in this first glide. But we'll see.
Javi, your family is originally from Jaén.
Yeah.
So you know it very, very well.
Yeah. I'm my sister and I, we're only from Malaga, but all my family is from Jaén, so I grew up, I could say I grew up here, yes. Yeah. And it's a very nice place also for the food, it's lovely. Right, 30 seconds. We are 30 seconds, we can see a few pilots that are getting out. Remember, it's an exit start gate, so it means in order to start the race. Once the start gate is open, they need to make it in, stay in, and then get out the start gate. When we are now, we have 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Race has started. Let's see. Immediately move from all the group, all pilots heading out, apart from Brown, De Klerk, and Thomas Denek. Oh, it's so complicated. Which they're trying to, or struggling really low. Well, Brandt just make it in, but Thomas is really low, trying to recover and make the start point. The main group, the main gaggle, just spreading. This is a classic. They made the cross immediately. They start to spread a bit, just to cover as much terrain as possible. Everybody flying about 2,400 meters. But the speed now, the moment, trim speed, a bit more maybe on the first pedal is interesting. Maybe you don't know, maybe you know aware of it, but we can talk about this accelerating system that Paraglided has. Is a pulley system. You activate it with your foot, with your feet, and normally nowadays is more like a 3 steps. You have a 3 steps pedal. And this is it. You use it. You activate in the first, and then on the second, and finally on the third one. And those, you are reducing the length of the line that it go on the air riser. And as a consequence, what you're doing in the glider is you are reducing the angle of attack. Get it lower, 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 so the glider descend or sink a bit faster than before, but also the airspeed is increased as well. And at the end, it's really active system. It's something you can play and can be really precise with it, really accurate, And then most of the time, pilot, when you ask them, they say, I did this glide on the second. I did at the end full bar. I just hold for the first section only on the first. And this is in the argot, in this the way that we speak about it. And we understand how fast and how strong we wanted to push, depending on the condition, depending on even the stability of the day, the turbulence. When the air mass is really unstable, you don't really want to push that mass, because also the glider became really unstable. Can give you difficult moments, but it's a competition. Let me tell you, these guys, maybe now they are more conservative. As soon as they can, they go all in. Well, I can see as an average they are flying 50 kilometers an hour spread. No. Okay.
That was Mr. Flymaster.
Exactly.
Wanting his 0.5 seconds of fame.
Okay. But this happened because it's live. Otherwise, it wouldn't happen. Okay, going back to the race now. The group is completely spread. We can see a massive, just more dense group on the south. And let's see who is first. We just have a rock cover.
Yep, from Slovenia, who was featured a lot yesterday, was right at the front, ended up doing very well in the task. I tried to find him this morning and interview him, but he's a very elusive character.
Yep.
He didn't arrive until quite late, and I never managed to find him. I managed to find Abel Varga instead, who in the Hungarian team we've been trying to chase, because he's a real pusher as well in the mode of Yasin and Rui. He loves to be on his own. He doesn't like gaggles. No. And the best way to do that is to push forward. We will show you his interview tomorrow, and I will try my best to get to Rock tomorrow. What a great name, Rock Carver. Great
Rock
name.
Carver.
It's like something out of it's like MacGyver, isn't it?
It's really cool. All right, Rod Cover just taking the lead for those first moment of the race, about 2,000 meters now, average speed 50 kilometers an hour, more than 1,500 meters above the ground, followed by Joseph Molek, And then we have Stefan Morgenhaller on the third position at the moment. Remember, first step of the race, everybody is just getting the feeling how the day feels. Is well, now even though it's the first, and they need to feel how the day is going. The day is ready. The day is working. They're everybody flying super high, about 2,300 meters. The group that is behind them, clouds already spotted. So for sure, they're taking easy just because probably they are facing this headwind, this northwest wind. We will see as soon as they reach this turn point how they're going to change this airspeed. And then my guess is they're going from that moment is when we're going to start seeing those first strike or attack to earn those leading points.
I've just had a couple of questions from Thibault Romer. One was, are there dust devils in this area when there's high pressure days?
Well, mainly if they are flying about flat areas, yes. It's easy to spot them.
On task 2, I was going to goal and I spotted one, and it was not very high. I mean, it was quite a small one, only about maybe 20 meters or so. Dust devils, they're thermals. I wouldn't fly into one very low if I had the option, but if you fly into them high, they're really good ways to find an easy thermal. If you fly into them low, well, I got tumbled on a hang glider in a dust devil when I was a bit younger and still flew hang gliders, so flying low into them is really not advisable. But yeah, they do get them here.
Yeah. Especially, like I said, normally dust devils are more related to flat areas, in which one may happen that the terrain remains quite similar and nothing changed for kilometers around. So it means that the heat is just hold there. There is no way for in kilometers that energy goes away and develop maybe small thermals. So it could happen that eventually something break that layer, and it's like taking the top from the bath but the upside down. So from very strong, very all the energy wants to escape and create this dust devil. And as you did said, at the very beginning it's super turbulent and dangerous, and to face it and have an encounter with those. But as the dust devil goes up and it spread, actually is a beautiful, is a strong one, but it's a thermal you can manage, but you need to be high enough to do so.
But the thing is, they happen in all sorts of areas. It's just that when it's grassy, you don't see them very often, unless they're carrying something. Whereas if you're somewhere as dusty as here, they're marked really beautifully. And I mean, I love dust devils. They're just so beautiful to watch. And if you have a hay devil, when the haze, or if you have pollen and things, I mean, they can be absolutely magical to watch. Just don't fly too close to them at low ground level. And Thibault also has a second question, which are pilots' weights checked for security or cheating, and how often? There's actually scales in the bar next to us where pilots can check themselves, but they are also checked by the organisation. I can't tell you with which frequency, because we're always too busy getting prepared for these broadcasts to be able to see, but I could check with the organisation. I'll just have to send a message and I'll find an answer for you.
Well, we have a reaction, a little one in the group, when we have a road cover just holding this approach to the turn point. He has, and start turning actually when he's around 1500 about the ground, in total. In the meantime, the main group is just braking this approach into the turn point more to the southwest already, and creating a gargle. Both the lonely pilot, road cover, and the group, they are passing a small hills, and just on the way, and just when they facing a bit the side, and on the side of those little mountains, more on the south, the group more on the north cover, then stopping and turning, and I can see that it's both are nice thermals there. So yet again, passing happily and easily 2,000 meters on the group, road cover climbing now super nicely passing 1700. Other pilots, Emeli Aitokalia from Finland is also with him. And Bram de Cler is also with him in this three just lonely group of pilots. And Kali Voda Arpad is joining there. So there's a group of pilots that decided to go more to the north and be congregated in that thermal there. In the meantime, the main group, the solid main group there down the south, they are passing now 2,000 and almost 200 meters. Yes, apparently today that should be kind of an average. I don't expect pilots, unless they struggle, they're going to be beyond 1800 or so, because apparently they're super nice and thermals will be super strong. Remember when that happened and the pilots check how powerful as an average the thermal they're going to be? They're not going to stop for the medium or the weak one. They only will stay and turn on the really strong one. Otherwise they're going to continue and use those low medium strength ones just to pass by, to use when they are on the cruise speed just for the next point. As long as they find something like let's say +2 or +1, something like it, they won't stop. They just you will see in the video how they how beautiful line they have. That's exactly what's happening. They're facing soft or medium thermals. They're going to stay in the lift, and then as soon as they leave it, they're going to continue. They won't stop. Right, the group just leave the thermal, led by Honoran. Okay, there you go. Today, the extraordinary French pilot just taking the lead and controlling, this leading position of the group from the start, not even reaching the first turn point. Is another pilot though, just Jason Savov. What it doesn't surprise us right now, just pushing ahead. Well, more than 63, 64 kilometers an hour. We have Honoran reacting as well in that moment, and 66 kilometers for him. And the reaction of the group is they are spreading, they're creating the first long leg. We can see Pierre-Remy is there, we can see Maxime Pinot, Stefan Morgenhaler, Darko, Joachim Overhauser. So all the names that basically we see every day at the top.
The French are at the front because I think they've got something to prove after yesterday. They're leading out. Just two quick things from the live chat. I've got an answer for Thibaut. It's random. They're pulled out for a random weight check, in the same way as they're pulled out for a random drugs check. We've already had some pilots who were had the anti-doping check, and they don't know in advance. They can just be got, and they have to get on the scales, and so it's totally random. And Erotivos pointed out that we don't have any time and distance points in the live tracking at the moment. I'll make them aware that there's something missing. Thank you very much for pointing that out to us.
Okay. We can see when they are approaching, getting closer and closer to the first turn point, three lonely pilots more to the north, and we already see again a pilot that is, for us, is again no surprise to see on his home flight. Pepe Maleki is there, with on the north, following Joseph Molek and Rockcover. So Pepe Malek is behind them, about 1,600 meters. It doesn't want to be with the group, but not very far away either. Jason Savov in the main group, just leading this first approach, or this first leg in approaching towards the first turn point. Pierre-Remy and Honoran. I can see they are closing and changing trajectories, where Jason Savov, that is slowing down because he found a good one, a really good one there. So we're going to see if the stop. But Jason, we know how. Well, we don't know really how Jason thinks or operate, but definitely whatever you expect maybe about Jason, it will surprise you. He likes to push a lot. He likes to be away from the group and create as much distance as possible, no matter if it's risking the altitude. And just in the distance, I will try my way. Well, in the meantime, when Jason is pushing, Darko is spreading a bit more to the right, to the north. Also, we can see a bit of spreading here from different pilots. Maxime Pinot is also changing the course a bit more to the north. Joachim Oberhauser doing the same. Basically, everybody's leaving Jason Sabov alone. Jason is holding the course, and then the meantime, all the group just turning to the north and joining with Joseph Molek is passing as well. Drokava behind, Andreas Malecki behind. And then changing again course towards northwest. The waypoint, the turn point is just around the corner, really close now. Jason Sabot just holding, nothing has changed for him. 62 kilometers an hour. The group, yes, staying together. Most of the French pilots on the head of the race. Definitely, they want to say something about what happened yesterday. Say, no, we're back here.
I've just had a message from Inigo and Rafa, who are on their way to goal, and they're about 20 minutes away from here, and there's no wind on the ground.
Okay.
Our gazebo here is shaking with the wind, but there's nothing once they're on the course line at surface level.
Yes, also maybe a point about this. Well, let's keep an eye. Yeah, because they're around the corner. About not having wind at the ground on that moment of the day, because the thermal conditions are really strong, or just becoming stronger, and they go in cycles. It might happen that you are in one of those moments in which when just the thermal was developed minutes ago, and it takes time to for the condition to be set again, and maybe also you can find yourself there. So it happens when you bomb out in that field. It is now 3 p.m., 4 p.m., and you feel there is no wind at all, and then 15, 20 minutes later, a strong breeze starts blowing, and this is precisely that. It's the cycle that at the end of the rain, just start developing this heat, and something happen and develop the thermal again. So maybe that could happen. That is what is happening.
We've just been told that there's a problem with Flymaster, and we're about to lose our pictures, so we're going to show you some pictures from the sky. They're recorded, they're not live, but until we can get our Flymaster screen back up, we won't be able to give you accurate news. So enjoy the pictures.
In the meantime, yes, we will try to tell us the best way we can what's going on in the race.
Also, apart from hearing that there's no wind at all on ground level, there's also not a single cloud in the sky. So it's perfectly blue on the course line where Inigo and Rafa are. We can see clouds from where we're sitting.
Okay. Almost 80 minutes passing the start point, and Joachim Overhaus is going to be the first pilot reaching the start point. That's it. That was it. Maxime Pinot is going to be the second. And then I think, I'm not sure, because a few pilots are losing track in this section, so maybe it's Jason Samo the third one, or the rest. We will know in a minute. But Joachim Overhauser was the first one. Now remember, they're going to change completely direction towards south-west in this 28-kilometer leg. Jason, Ruyakia also is there. Let's keep an eye on him. And it's a bit low, so I think obviously he took the risk just to push out of the group more on the south side. Justin Sabov just touched the turn point and immediately broke into this new direction, the new course, getting low, 1100 meters for him. Gaggle is created just when Maxime Pinot and all the pilots just reached the turn point, and massive gaggle just is using a thermal that they found there. Let's have a look what terrain they have. Is an industrial area with a parking, and so normally it's a classic area that it works very nice because surrounded by those olive trees. Suddenly you find that building, and we can see how it's developing this thermal. A lot of more pilots are losing in here the track. So maybe for a minute we can tell you about a few pilots, but not for others. There would be no really accurate information. Hopefully we will recover that as the race goes on. They're starting, we can see the first drift, and it is going towards southeast, so over they have a northwest wind here. We have Joachim Overhauser back. We lost the track for a bit, and there are more pilots just reappearing and into the track, passing 2,000 meters. The images that we're looking at are from a bit live, if not like a bit with a delay, but it's what's happening at the moment. I'm trying to locate some names. Okay, you can see, for example, Francisco Reina Lagos, a bit more on the north of the group, around 1,800 meters. Pepe Maleki is a bit low, but it's okay, is 1,300 meters. Well, let's zoom out and go for where Justin Sabov and Rui Aguiar are. So Justin Sabov 1,133 meters, Rui Aguiar 980 meters and climbing. So he found something there. His drift is something really soft, so I expect he's not facing a high wind there. Rui Aguiar, Justin also climbing there, trying to center that thermal and trying to overcome those 1,200 meters. The big gaggle setting, they're turning to the right, and more pilots are joining. There is another small gaggle that eventually, I think they're going to merge all of them exactly there, moving into the gaggle in the south and joining to turn to the right there. There's a lot of pilot that at the moment has no track information. In the meantime, while we're trying to recover the Fly Master tracking, we're using another system that is quite modern to us. It is happening, it's working really nice. It's called Volandu. So we were trying to cover the race just to have an idea what's going on with this tracking system. But as soon as we can, we will return with the Fly Master live tracking. We're going to be able just only to see the Spanish pilots because this new tracking system is under development. So those special trackers are also, it's all about testing. So the only thing we can see related is about those Spanish pilots. In the meantime, in FlyMaster that I hold in my computer and is working, we can see pilots at Peter Kosisek about 2,400 meters, leaving the group. Gonna head a track name Martin Risky, more on the south, 2,360 meters for him, 41 kilometers an hour, 40, yes, trim speed. Anka Tavara is making also her move, but she's generally low of my. Well, Justin Savo just heading to the first group of mountains. Rui Aguiar a bit more to the north. So we're gonna let's see. Because like I said, today the task is going to happen as a pentagon, drawing around mountains everywhere inside that pentagon. So I expect, for example, the move that Justin Savot is doing, I think it's gonna see that kind of move all around, not only with Justin, with many other pilots. They're gonna use those mountains, and from there they're going to rebound and exit towards the turn point, and then they trying to go in again, use the mountain, get out to reach the next turn point, and so on, so on. Well, Rui Aguiar and Justin Savov at the moment just leading the race, completely alone, completely scattered away from the group, but really low as well, I must say, compared to the altitude that we're holding. More than 2,400 meters for the rest of the pilots. Rui Aguiar just climbing now, a bit more to the north. Justin Savov not really turning, just continue flying above those mountains. The terrain now on from Justin Savov goes generally go high in altitude. He has a mountain called Cerro de la Vicaria. This is more than 1,100 meters. He is climbing and finally starting. No, he's not turning yet. He just continue. Rui Aguiar just made a 360 turn and continue going, gliding southwest direction. More and more pilots now leaving the group. We can see Anka Tavara, 1,600 meters for her. No speeding up, just holding trim speed. I'd like to know about the wind there. Probably just holding the, not really pushing out at this moment. Okay, we have an update here. Onaran and Petr Kozisek is leading that group, followed by Onaran Ahmad, 2,400 meters. Marcelo Sanchez is with him, the same altitude. And all of them, they are flying 38, 40, 38, 40, which should be around trim speed. It's been no use in the speed part at all, or maybe they're using it, and they are facing west, or slightly southwest. That could be they really go high in altitude. When we lost track on Justin Savov and Rui Aguiar, I hope that's not going to be the thing for the whole race.
I can't get live tracking at all on my computer. I haven't done for a few minutes, and I'm getting information from not the race organizer, but other staff members who've also got having problems.
Yeah, me too.
So at the
I
moment,
just lost it.
Yep, I mean,
I just lost it. Yeah.
Just have to hope that we get it back soon.
Yeah, at the moment we have only a bit of information about Volandu system, that remember is only the Spanish pilot that I can see that well, they are flying a bit on the south, or the ideal optimized course.
So we're just going to have to try and entertain you with very little actual information about what's happening. We do have... Oh, somebody's... Oh, it's a free flyer coming into land. We're just next to the takeoff here, and somebody's top landing, but they're a free flyer. I didn't see a number on them. So we have actually got some information from Volando, which is a live tracking site, but they're testing, and so we can only see the Spanish pilots.
Yeah.
What we can tell you is that Marcelo Sanchez is quite far ahead, but
Really?
we've got no idea who he's surrounded by.
Well, I'm pretty sure because the last thing before in my computer, Flymaster just was completely freeze. He was with Honoran. And if he is with Honoran, he's going to be with Honoran for sure. So Marcelo is currently sixth on the overall in the ranking, is doing pretty well, performing really, really nice. I'm sure he, going to dare to lose the possibility to fly and to have any reaction on a round. He also will be there. Well, like I said, we are waiting for as soon as possible this Flymaster sub recover and we can resume.
Well, in the meantime, our new co-presenter Thomas Brandleder is helping us out because he's on XC track and he can tell us that the main gaggle is approaching Serra de la Vicaria at 1600 meters, and at least 30 pilots are online at XC track live. So unfortunately we can't cut to that because with the feed that you're seeing, although we can see it on our screen and can manipulate it, we can't change it. So we're just going to have to hope.
Like I said, I can see how they are using, and they will all along the race. They're going to use mountains because today is a mountain task. They're going to have mountains all the time on the left side. On the left side of any leg that they are going towards any turn point. On the left side is when they're going to have those mountains, and definitely they're going to go into, use them, go out, go to a turn point, and repeat, and repeat, and repeat.
Well, a little something's happened on the live track site because at least I can see the map again, but there's no pilots have got data. So they're obviously working on it, and hopefully we will have them back online very soon.
So maybe, I don't know, just to have a look. Then we are half an hour since the start point, so maybe we can use this time also to have a little break and then go back and let's see how soon the server is recovered.
They're going to try and show some live images from Jaén, and hopefully they can bring you those, show you what the sky's like, what they can see.
There you go. There you have those live images. I think that maybe we can leave you guys with those beautiful pictures, and then as soon as hopefully we will be able to go back and tell you everything about what's going on, and I think we will. So until as soon as possible, we'll be back. Welcome back. We're happy to report that finally Fly Master is back. We here again with the race. We're loading at the moment the websites. Yes, in the set here. Meanwhile we're tracking, and we're trying to resume and also to try to figure out what was going on, and.
It hasn't been entirely fixed because the time and distance points still aren't working, but at least we've got the pictures and we know who's ahead of whom. We didn't want to go to an alternative because seeing only a fraction of the pilots doesn't tell you anything, because you don't have a clue who's ahead of whom and who's with whom. So let's have a look to see if we can figure out.
All right. The first thing that I'm going to highlight is altitudes. Pilots that they are making the move and attacking the 1500 or 2000 meters, about that altitude. I can see, I'm going to zoom out to really have a really nice overview of the whole situation. So we can say that Vladimir Vasanin is leading the race with 1500 meters and turning. He's stopping on top of the hill more than 1000 I think it's around 1,500 meters. Yeah, 1,500 meters. On top of the peak, a few turns. The drift that I can see for the last thermal is southeast, so basically the wind that they are facing is northwest. They should, it's mainly crosswind in this section, a bit on the tailwind, but mostly is okay. Now we can report that you can follow as well the task in the channel. Alexander Shalva is approaching where Vladimir Vakanin is, and Vakanin is rising, is climbing. Alexander is 1800 meters, approaching around 60 kilometers an hour. Damir Havak, Gabriel Richard, and Abel Varga, they are approaching as well, a bit lower. I'm going to try to locate all the big guys. Where are they? Thing is, all I see already names like Luca Mon.
I can see Dylan Mansley, Constance, Ferdinand Vogel, who's fifth at the moment, Maxime.
Ah, yeah.
Pushing out.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that gaggle is spreading there. Obviously, Jonathan Marinus must have pushed first and taken Maxime with him, as well as some Swiss pilots. The Swiss and the French seem to be sticking together these days, and they're on glide.
Fabrice is basically next to Maxime. They are pushing down on the south-west direction, 56, 57 kilometers an hour, around really high. They are very close to 3,000 meters, to 2,800. Fran Reina is just behind the group, Dylan Mansley, Pepillo, Jose Jimenez Belda. I cannot spot yet. I'm going to look for Honoran and Marcelo because I'm pretty sure they are together. So, but in the meantime, the group is just pushing. They're going to overtake in a moment this little group that were more on the south. Abel Varga now taking the lead of the group on the south, moving more towards where the main group is. Jonathan Marin leading that group, followed by Fabrice and Maxime Pinot. And Honoran finally is there. I can see him, I can spot him, and I'm sure next to him will be... Oh, you can see Rui Aguiar. Okay, that's great news because he was a bit alone on his way and he decided to regroup.
Inigo, the race director, is at Martos, just southwest of where the pilots are flying over. They can see them approaching, and there the ground wind is west-northwest at 10 kilometers an hour. So they've got a crosswind.
All right.
Yasin Savov is pushing out front as we speak. He's made a break. In fact, he's putting quite a bit of distance between himself and the chasing group. He's flying at 2,350 meters and going for it Yasin style.
All right. I'm trying to track. Marcelo finally got it, and it, as expected, he's also leading with the head of the race. Yasin Savov, just on his own way, more than 2,200 meters on this, going ahead. 58 kilometers an hour for him. Just a few distance, not even a thermal distance from the group. Nobody now is, well, a few pilots that stop him, but the main group will remain just pushing behind Yasin. It's happy to see that finally Yasin and Rui Aguiar, these brave pilots that like to be completely on their own, and they struggle quite often. Today, now they are managing quite happily the day, and because the conditions are made for that today, they are going to find really strong thermal all along the way. So as soon as they spot and they get one of those, definitely will be recovered. They're going out to two very quickly, and that is a good situation also when you are alone and you really want to be the one, like Yasin, being Yasin and being not connected to any group at all. He is holding 56, 57, around 60. Is trying to climb a bit when he is a bit beyond, below 2,000 meters, but no, he is just holding the course towards southwest. Let's zoom out, and basically now Yasin is halfway in this 28 kilometers towards the next point. Let's do a recap about what the task is today. Is a race to goal with an exit start gate and treaty point, and finally goal with a huge radius, and then they need to turn back for the short glide in this 100 meters line to validate the goal. The different turn points are drawing like a pentagon shape, and is in total we have 100 kilometers task length. We have a few different legs, and the first one is 16 kilometers, 16 kilometers in length. The next one is 28, the next one is 30, and the final one is 25 kilometers. Most of them, they're about to happen nearby the mountains, because all the big mountains, they're going to be inside this pentagon. Pilot will be able, as they're doing at the moment, using those mountains to going in the pentagon, and then as soon as they are good in altitude, to find their way to go to the turn point. We have images as well from the task, what's going on there. Meanwhile, we zoom in and we keep an eye on the evolution of the group.
Well, what's happened is that Rui decided to follow Yasin, and that pulled Maxime with him. As soon as Rui started, Maxime followed him, and that's pulling the whole gaggle along. I mean, they're over 2,000 meters. They're over 1,000 meters above the ground, so it seems like a perfectly reasonable thing to do to set off. But Yasin's still ahead, pushing forward, but Rui is chasing him down, followed by Maxime and Honorat.
Well, actually, Yasin was climbing just a minute ago, but now is holding 50 kilometers an hour for him. No, now it's starting, but he got a good line for a long while. I can see in the group following Maxime Pinot all the French pilots, Julien Verth, Honorant, Pierre-Remy, And then, of course, Marcelo is there, Christoph Dunko, Ernesto Inestrosa, Tobias, Jonathan Marin, definitely all the French team is there. We can also have a, let's look for Constance, how she is doing today.
It seems like today we've got a task similar to the first 6 tasks that we said earlier, that task 7 was very different because it gave people options for strategy, and this time they're sort of blasting along the course line again. And we've still got pilots arriving at turn point 1, so that's it's spread over many kilometers. In fact, there's
so even we can see already a few pilots landed all along the way. But this is really weird because Thomas, again, surname for me is difficult. Thomas the neck is just landed in completely very weird area nearby Manchareal, like he had some problem or something. And then Alexander Gasevsky is landed on the way to the next turn point. We can see Silvia Ventura is just a lovely. She's really lovely, and she just landed when she was on the way to read this first turn point as well. And in the meantime, pilots that they're approaching, Aurelius Andreliunas just approaching to the turn point. But it's true, it's really spread, really spread. Remember, this is a 28 kilometers in length leg, and we can see pilot just passing the half of it, and pilot just arriving. So it's more than definitely 28, but it's more than 14 kilometers in length from where the first part of the race is and the last group of pilots.
Look how far Rui has gone towards the optimal coastline, course line. He's gone way to the west. You know, he was following Yasin, but it's now veered off course from the main following pack, and is taking his own route as usual, as he seems to love to do.
Yeah, the thing is also Rui at the moment is gliding on his own, but it's low. Is apparently he found something, but he's not going to stop. In the meantime, Jason Sabov is climbing really strong, and then the whole group is going to reach him in not there. They're basically just there. Maxime Pinot, Pierre-Remy, Marcelo, Honoran, and Philippe Hart, Julian Berth, all of them, all the big 9s, all the top 10 are there trying to use Jason Sabov thermal. Well, actually, Maxime, well, it's interesting. They're not going to stop, really. Okay, that's interesting. Justin, they show them a really nice thermal when he is passing 2,350 meters, climbing really strong and nice. In the meantime, Maxime Pinot and Pierre-Remy and Juan Sebastián Ospina, they're using that moment to create a reaction and put themselves in the lead of the race. They now found another thermal. Maybe they're going to turn, maybe not going to turn, but Maxime wants to take the chance to try to earn leading points, but he's lower than Jason, and Jason, of course, he saw Maxime trying to take the lead, and he said, no, sorry, I'm higher than you, I'm going to take the lead now, and it's pushing again. In the meantime, Maxime now is moving more to the west, where exactly Rui just is climbing, but is about 1,100 meters. It's a big difference there in high, and Jason, because he's flying, it's 2,300 meters, is going to take the lead again. Because Maxime now is getting low, is 1,600 meters. So we'll see how far and how hard Maxime can push, but Jason has all the initiative now.
Looking at who's in the front gaggle, I was seeing that Sebas Ospina from Britain is sticking to Maxime like a leech. he's the one that he has to beat. And I talked to Steve Senior, the British team manager, this morning, because obviously Britain's in #1 position at the moment. And I asked him about their team tactics. Now, at the moment in that league gaggle, you've got all 3 British scoring pilots. There's Sebas Ospina, there's Dylan Mansley, and there's Martin Long is in there as well. And Steve said to me that their team tactics, they discuss them on the ground, but once the pilots are in the air, he only has radio contact with them if it's absolutely necessary. He doesn't want to burden them with any information, and he says that they can see everything they need to see, and he lets them make their own decisions. So, they're not flying under radio control, as it were, but they're obviously, now that they're #1, really want to maintain that position and are keeping all their guys at the front. And Sebas, well, you can see, he's sticking with Maxime.
Definitely. Well, Justin Sabov, about 2,150 meters, continue pushing ahead. He's not really far, but it's keeping the distance, just the same distance since just for a while, around 60 kilometers an hour for him. Now the gaggle is creating, and Maxime Pinot is not stopping in that one, but he's low. He's 1,660 meters. Andre Gaia is behind him, same altitude. Jonathan Mared, same altitude. So this group doesn't want to fly really high. Steve Cox is 1,500. Okay, big reaction, all the group. Many pilots, just 16, 17, some of them 1,900, trying to react from Maxime Pinot. Maxime Pinot making a couple of turns, trying to find something there. He is in a lift, he is in a good one, he is in a strong one, and of course everybody's gathering around him. That is a good one. This gaggle is going to pass very quickly those 1,800, if no more. The interesting thing here is when they're going to decide to abandon the thermal, and it's going to be Maxime or any other trying to surprise now, because the battle now for the leading point is really important in this sector. So now these names like Maxime, Honoran, Marcelo, all these top 5, Sebas Espina, all of those now, they have to play their cards and try to surprise continuously the other pilots in order to just to be ahead for a while, earning those leading points until the rest of the group manage to reach them again. So let's see, now they are passing, I can see pilot nearby 2,000 meters. Martin Long, for example, Alvaro Romero passing 2,000, Julian Vert 2,000. So this thermal is pretty good. They are drifting gently to the east and a bit to the south, so but it's mainly west wind what they have there. There's nothing really important with the wind. They are drifting by not that much. In the meantime, Jason Sabov holding more than 1,800 meters, completely on his own, 55 kilometers per hour for him. Massive gaggle there, and Martin Peth joining, Heli 8 Holsa joining from the north, Cyril Lambert joining from the northeast.
It'll be interesting to see how it works for Yasin today, because he's tried this on several days and most of the days it hasn't worked for him. So we'll see how today pans out for him.
He's not far away anymore from the next point. Like I said, they're using the mountains. He's about to fly about typical, there's a small lake, like I said before, just before Sierra, it has like 2 steps. They're completely aligned with the wind. They can use it to like a thermal area, and it works. And normally what happens when you pass, you fly about those behind Alcaudete, you reach Caudete really high. And usually when they use the Caudete as a goal behind the mountains, take a long time, because this area used to work really nice as a thermal area. So I expect all the group is going to try to fly above these 2 little hills and peaks, Sierra Ajillos. The peak is 1,300 meters. The first one, 1,452 meters. The one that is more the southwest, Sierra Hillos. Jason is turning when he is basically on top or reaching the shore of the reservoir.
We have a Telegram chat group for the pilots and also for the organization. And in the pilots chat group, somebody has just posted a picture of a parachute deployment. So we will bring you notice of that when we have more news. So.
Okay, let's try to have an update on that. And of course, to know about our pilot, everything goes well for him. Safe landing, no problem at all. When we can see a reaction from Rui Aguiar, just leading the group, following by Onoran, and the rest of the group: Maxime, Pierre-Remy, Marcelo, Joachim Oberhauser, Francisco Reina is just a very good position also for him. Jonathan Marin, Matteo Giuliani, Ernesto Inestrosa, Julian Bird approaching for the southeast. Now they're starting to push more than 60 kilometers per hour for all the group. Meanwhile, Jason Savov about 2,000 meters on his own. He can see how the group is moving very quickly now towards him. I'm sure he's not going to wait much longer, and he's passing 2,100 meters. Now getting 2,140 meters and drifting to the southeast. So northwest wind is very clear there, but the group is getting closer and closer with similar altitude at him. So I expect he's going to make. Okay, here we go. That's actually Justin made his move and start pushing. Remember, he's taking all the leading points at the moment. Really good for him. Nice altitude. Facing the first mountain, which is 1,300 meters. Usually this area works really nice. The group now pushing harder. Then not stopping. Holding the same position. Honoran, Maxime, Pierre-Remy, Joachim Oberhauser, Marco Busetta, Jonathan Marin, Michael Sommerauer, all the big names there: Francisco Reina, Pepillo Álvaro Romero, Martin Lon, Marcelo Sanchez, all of them in this group. Top 10, top 20. Jason Sabo on the way to this hill. When the terrain is 800 below him, he has 1,900 meters in total. Getting closer to the next waypoint. They can use now, as soon as they turn and as soon as they arrive, when they're heading southeast, again they can use Sierra Hillos, and then on the way they have more mountain, more peaks that are well aligned with the wind direction, and for sure they will develop more strong thermal. Remember, the average, as an average, the thermal strength today is forecasted to be plus 4 meters per second, but definitely that will be the same, if no stronger. I'm curious as well if we have any update sooner or later about there are some clouds, because also clouds are expected.
I haven't got any update on clouds, but I have got an update on the fact that on the course line it's hot and dry and there's dust devils.
All right. Okay, really interesting.
Okay, I will try and find out more about the weather for you on course line.
Rui Aguiar just putting a bit of distance between him and the group, moving more to the west now. Jason Savot holding the same direction. So, and look like he's turning when he is basically on the top of that hill with the peak on the east. He found something there. He's turning and climbing, and it's a good one. That is a good one. He's going to use it, climbing very nicely there. The drift also looks good. Rui Aguiar just spot him and is changing the course towards him. The group behind Rui Aguiar slightly changing as well. I can see Joachim Oberhauser slightly changing, but Honoran holding position. On Maxime Pinot the same. They are slowing down. The Honoran Amat is braking and turning, sniffing around the area. Maxime Pinot also doing the same. Michael Sommer Hour, Marco Busetta just behind, Honoran Piergami, Luis Martinez Iturbe is in the group as well. Rui Aguiar exploring the mountains, just they are going in altitude in front of him. He has Jason Savard on his left, not far, so he can see him in climbing for sure. When Jason is passing 2,100 meters, and Rui getting low, 1,200 meters for him, and turning the group that is led by Maxime Pinot, Marco Busetta, Honoran, now decided to stop and start climbing. Also looks a very good one there. Okay. Big gaggle there, creating more and more pilots approaching in this group. We have Joachim Oberhauser, 1,500 meters for him and climbing. Drifting to the southwest. Very clear. Rui Aguiar, 1,300 meters for him, just gliding, non stopping. Jason Savard, after a few turns, just decided to keep pushing. Below 1,900 meters for him. On the way to the next hill, 65 kilometers for him. He's about to reach it. And remember, Sierra Ajillos is 1,452 meters. Now on the way, starting climbing this mountain, and very close to the next turn point, followed by Rui Aguiar, which also is climbing. The group reacting behind him. Yeah, they spot Joachim Oberhauser climbing. Maxime Pinot on his way to reach Joachim Oberhauser and turning, and the rest of the group, Pepillo taking position ahead. Álvaro Romero, many others, Dusan Oroz, creating different goggles. This, the goggle most on the south, trying to be more set and well defined. Nobody really is stopping to turn. Really, they make a few 360 to explore the terrain, and they continue moving down. Joachim Oberhauser drifting southeast, very clear, nice open turns. Now reaching pretty close to 2,000 meters. Apparently the rest of the group just decided, okay, that is a good one, let's go all together. We see Maxime Pinot on his way more than 2,000 meters, not staying where. Also Joachim Oberhauser abandoned his own thermal, no, it's going back. Maxime Pinot on his way. Tobias Rose Rusbacher is just following Maxime Pinot. Rui Aguiar. And now Maxime is next to Rui Aguiar, and he found something, and he's 2,090 meters. Climbing, rising very clear. That is a good one. That is a good one. Maxime got a very nice thermal there. Immediate reaction of the group. Just conversion on Maxime Pinot. Just at Gorski, just approaching where Rui is. Rui is also drifting towards the big group, even a bit to the north.
Apologies, I've been distracted because I've been checking out what's been happening along the course line, and if you're watching certain pilots and you've seen that they've had a fairly rapid descent, it's because 2 pilots had to throw their parachutes. Both are absolutely fine, but there was a mid-air. Yeah, but I would like to confirm that they're both absolutely fine. That's been totally confirmed. So, yeah, there's been mid-air.
Okay, that is the most important news that we can have. That the ones they needed to drop their chutes and they are completely safe and sound. Excellent. That allows us to go and continue with the race. And Justin Savov is doing an incredible attack now on his own. 1400 meters for him. He's going to be the first one and about to arrive the next turn point when we are all 1 hour and 20 minutes ahead since the start point. Justin Savov, 40 kilometers an hour for him, approaching to the turn point.
I've also got some weather information from the course line for you. There's no clouds whatsoever down there. It's quite hazy. So visibility's not great, but it's okay. And wind at ground level is about 10 kilometers an hour.
All right. So interesting that it's hazy and not so clean. And we can spot clouds when also cloud were for Carter. And actually we have clouds not so far from here. Justin Savov approaching 18 minutes and a half, passing this an hour and 80 minutes, and yes, he's reaching the next turn point just right now. In the meantime, going back to the main group. Well, interesting. I think maybe it's going to happen again. Many pilots here. We're losing the track again here. I wonder if there's another announce about we're going to lose the tracking in a moment. Hopefully no. We don't want that. We really want to be on the just telling you what is happening in the competition. At the moment we have a lot of pilots completely frozen. How it's really interesting to see how they are drifting now to the northeast. So it means that in high altitude, when there are few pilots more than 2,200 meters, the wind is southwest, west-southwest. But we don't have tracking so many that is impossible to tell exactly what's going on. When we can see Silvia Busi Ferraris on his own. 1,700 meters for her.
Looking at the drift, I mean, if I can just repeat the forecast to you, at 5 o'clock it was supposed to be 19 kilometers an hour west at 1,500 meters, and at 2,000 meters 17 kilometers west, and that it's pretty accurate.
Yep. Well, pilots passing 3,000 meters, 3,200 meters even. Lucaman around 3,136. Most of them are reaching 3,000 at the moment. Making the move down again south west. Again, we don't have tracking. So many pilots, big names that we cannot track at the moment. So only we have an idea about who is where. And hopefully we will recover all of them very soon.
We've just had another question about the reserve deployments, and I would just like to repeat that there was a mid-air, 2 pilots threw their parachutes. Both are absolutely fine. It's been confirmed with both of them. There's no problem. They're uninjured. They're fine.
Very good news. Maxime Pinot, 3,002. Okay, we have live images from the race. In the meantime, Maxime Pinot and Honoran and many others just about 3,200 meters, speeding up, going towards the next point, following the step of Jason Savov, Lucaman, all the French pilots there. Still a lot of pilots just out of tracking, but I think little by little we are recovering them. Yep. Well, Rui Aguiar now, very nice for him, more than 2,800 meters. Look at the speed. It was at over 80 for a while for him, so it definitely now is pushing. 66, 67 for Mirbat Zenuni, just behind Rui Aguiar. I think I have most of the pilots back. It's still a group of pilots frozen, but little by little we're taking all of them back. Wow, Maxime Pinot, look at that, just overtaking pilots there, 75, 76, making a big push here, big reaction. Honoran also holding the, definitely all the French team today, they want to just put the foot on the floor and say, no, we're back here.
Well, they're going to be able to put their foot a lot more on the floor once they turn around the turn point, because Inigo Redin, the meet director, is at Alcaudete, just beyond the turn point, and they say that the wind on the ground is 25 kilometers an hour and gusting, and it's northwest, so they will get a tailwind, a massive tailwind once they turn the corner.
All right. Just to report again, because we have more confirmation that there's no problem at all with those pilots, that they needed to deploy those reserve parachutes. But I think at the moment we don't have any update about who are they. Okay.
Let me just confirm. I have two names, but I just would like to check. Okay. The two pilots are Peter Berg from Poland and Marco. Let me pronounce his name correctly. I don't want to. It's some of the names are a little bit difficult for us. He's from Macedonia. No, he's not from Macedonia. Sorry, I'm trying to find the information correctly. He's from Serbia. It is Marko Miluntonovic from Serbia and Robert Berg from Poland. But I would just like to confirm yet again, they're both fine. They've come out under their parachutes, but without any injury to either of them. And so the race safety director's been with them, checked with them, and they're fine.
Okay, excellent news. Just Rui Aguiar reached the turn point and flying beyond 80 kilometers an hour at the moment. So it's what the meet director said, that more than 20 kilometers an hour northwest wind, flying like crazy here, really quick. More and more pilots are joining the turn point.
Rui Aguiar is flying at 80 kilometers an hour at the moment. Yeah, I've just checked. Yasin not so fast, but Rui is really blasting along now.
And definitely this the French team, as soon as they arrive, Honoran, Pierre-Remy and Maxime Pinot turning.
Yeah, Yasin's lost data. We don't
track on
his tracker's not working, so we don't know for sure what he's doing.
We have still few pilots out of tracking, so hopefully little by little we will recoup them. So let's have a look now. Honoran just taking the lead and accelerating more than 70. 73, 71, really close to each other. Wow, okay, 75, yeah, Lugaman and Michael Sommerauer, Philip Hart, Julian Wirth, Martin Kubicek as well in this group, all of them flying very fast here, 72, 73. We don't have Track and Rui and Jason, but Rui Aguiar now decelerating a bit, no more 80 anymore, is around 60 and holding 2,370 meters and climbing. That is why it's slowing down. It's just remember, if the climb is just an average, as a medium or low medium, he's not going to stop. He's just going to decelerate, use this leaf as long as the leaf is working, and then accelerating. We have live images from one of our pilots that they hold in a camera, these airborne pictures, just to have an idea how it's going there. In the meantime, Rui Aguiar again spinning up a bit, now pushing harder, 78 kilometers an hour for him, passing 80 again. When we have Jason Savov back, passing 2,400 meters and drifting, and of course the drift is in that direction, is southeast direction, that confirming that the northwest northwest wind is blowing there. It's just climbing very nicely and strong. That thermal is good for him. So Jason Savov pretty solid, just pushing for very early in that task today. This is the one who is earning a lot of leading point. Rui Aguiar just approaching very quickly, 80 kilometers per hour, and approaching to Jason Savov. I wonder now that Jason Savov is 2,500 if it's going to allow that Rui reach him, or it's going to abandon the thermal as soon as he decides, because I think it's not going to allow that Rui reach him at all. I can see Maxime Pierre-Remy on Ron. These are completely very tight together and passing just 2,700, 2,800. It's a very good line, a very good group just behind them. Lucaman just leading the group behind these three French pilots.
Well, and Julien Wirtz, that gaggle has got 5 top French pilots in it.
Like I said, France decided today, okay, we made a mistake yesterday, we're going to solve it today, you will see. Well, Jason Savov passing 2,700 meters, Rui Aguiar in those 2,400 and not turning at all, just trying to get the lead. And if Jason doesn't do anything, it's going to happen in seconds. Rui Aguiar decelerating a bit, but keeping more than 56, 55 kilometers an hour and overtaking Jason Savov, taking the lead of the race in that moment. Jason Savov just turning and passing 2,800 meters and reacting on Rui movement. So now Jason pushing and accelerating. Very interesting to see that Jason doesn't want to allow that Rui Aguiar take the lead of the race. Opening gently the trajectory more to the east, meanwhile Rui Aguiar holding the same. 66 for Rui Aguiar, 78, 77 for Jason. He's higher, he can't do that because he's flying higher, he has more room to maneuver there. And he's taking the lead again, Jason Savov, 72, Rui Aguiar, 60, and accelerating and passing 70 now, trying to react on Jason Savov movement. Very interesting fight for the lead of the race when we still are away from approaching to goal. It's more about the leading point. It's what is the battle is about. It's not about just time point or anything. It's about the leading. So Jason was getting a lot of driving all around the race, and he wanted to hold that. Rui Aguiar is going to try his chances because obviously there is a lot of leading point remaining there to be earned. Maxime is just behind them, but immediately after we have Honoran, and we have a reaction on Spanish pilot. Luis Martinez Iturbe is there, and next to Lucaman. And Philip Haag. Michael Sommerauer is there. Martin Kubicek. Joachim Oberhauser, Julian Wirth. Roger Pifarre, another Spanish member. Dan Girdea. Christoph Dunkel. Vladimir Latis. Steve Cox, Ernesto Inestrosa. This top 20 is just there.
In that group, a little bit further back is Constance. She was the first around turn point 2, but Silvia Bussi-Ferrari from Italy is also around that turn point.
Okay, really.
Eliega has not yet got there.
Okay.
So
In
Silvia, since her back pain seemed to be solved, she's really flying well. Yesterday she flew a blinder, and today obviously she's flying well again.
Excellent news. We really want that pilot to recover and just do the most they can give us. Rui Aguiar just pushing when we can see the group reaching and catching up with Jason Savov. Jason Savov found another good thermal just passing 2,800 meters, and the group, they're going to reach him when they are only 200 meters below him. So it's a very good situation just to use the same thermal as Jason. And they're slowing down, all the French pilots turning and using the thermal with just Maxime. Oh, take an eye on Maxime, but maybe Maxime is not going to stop. I think they're going to push. I don't think no, pushing. Okay, that's it. Maxime is taking the lead of that group. Roger Aishvaha is with him. So Maxime is going. He's not staying with the group. Luis Martinez Iturbe is also pushing, not staying with the group at all. Honoran just holding there, passing 2,800 meters. Lucaman is about to turn. No, not stopping either. Just going to the southeast. No, Maxime making the move, trying to move ahead. Where Rui Aguiar is. When Rui is on his own, remember leading points now are important. Rui Aguiar is earning now those. When he's 1,930 meters, 80 kilometers per hour for him now, pushing harder, using this tailwind in his favor, trying to have a distance between the group, leaded by now Roger Aishvaha. Immediately after is Maxime Pinot, Martin Kubiket just behind the Luis Martinez Iturbe and Lucaman. All of them are flying above 2,600 meters. Rui Aguiar, 1,700 meters for him. That is still pushing. 81 kilometers an hour for him. Not stopping at all. Flying very fast in this leg. Remember, 30 kilometers this leg has. The Rui Aguiar is almost on the halfway on this leg. He's going to face a hill that is perfect orientation with the wind, absolutely perfect. And the top of the hill is 1,150 meters. I wonder if this is going to use it. But I expect yes, at least he's going to fly on that way because it's perfect. It's one of the situations that you see it. It's like impossible to ignore. It's so obvious that the wind is helping you. It's going to reach the mountain in the right direction, the direction that you're willing to this mountain to work. So I expect it's going to, because also compared to the rest of the group now it's getting a bit low, but it's still a good altitude. So we'll see if it's going to stop and turn.
Yeah, I'll just give you an update on what happened earlier, because there's still quite a big group of pilots circling near where Robert Berg and Marco. I can't read my own writing. Marco Milanovic landed. I've just a report, and all those pilots that were still close, they must have witnessed it. It must have been quite dramatic because one of the pilots had to cut loose their first parachute so it didn't get tangled in their wing, and then they deployed their second one, which is steerable, which is why they're quite far apart, I think, in terms of the distance of where they've landed. But again, both are safe. No need to worry about them, but quite dramatic rescue deployment.
So Marco Milutinovi and
Robert
Berg. Well, in the meantime, we are recovering more and more pilots that we had no track before when flying masters failed, so also looking good.
Very spread along the course line.
Yeah.
And you know, the people who are going towards the turn points are going crosswind. And you can see as soon as they turn down the course line, the tailwind is just—it's like
stretching, like
it's just like a one of those
elastic
walking
rubber band.
Well, in the airport when you get the travelator, and it just helps you to get that little bit of extra.
Definitely.
It's incredible what the difference the wind's making.
All right, as expected, Rui Aguiar reaching that mountain that is well aligned with the wind in climbing there. So I wonder if he's going to stay, find a good one and turn, or if it's just going to pass by. Meanwhile, of course, the group that is flying higher than him, they are flying faster. 75, 74 kilometers for Roya Aizvaha. Maxime Pinot is just behind him, more than 2,000 meters for him. And 70 kilometers per hour for him. And we have Martin Kubicek and Martinez Iturbe, Lucaman, Onoron, Jason Sabov, just integrated with the group. 2,300 meters for him. The rest of the pilot in that group, around 2,000 meters, all of them. So let's keep an eye what's happening as they... Okay, Rui Aguiar stopping, just keep gliding, 1,680 meters for him. The Roya Aizbaha is taking more to the east, approaching to this mountain. He's definitely, I know he's holding 60. I thought he was slowing down, but no, he's holding 60, 61, drifting a bit or moving more to the east now. Okay, even turning completely to the east. Now he's heading completely to the east. Not really climbing. He found something, but it's nothing that he can use. Maxime Pinot holding the same direction southeast, keeping the speed 60, 61. Everybody just chasing Maxime, not really moving into Roya Aizbaha direction. A few are trying to find a good line in there, but they're correcting here and there, nothing. And Roya Aizbaha surrounding the mountain, going to the lead side of the mountain, and maybe just looking for a good thermal in this lead side of the mountain. But not really, nothing really is happening. Maxime Pinot on the other side of the mountain. They are rendezvous now again, and on the lead side of the mountain. Jason Sabov passing above the mountain like Onoran and many others because they are high enough.
Roger Aizbaha has done a few escape artist tricks. We've seen him, you know, there's been real distinctive characters who do these breakouts. You know, there's obviously Jason and Rui, but Abel and Aizbaha have also been in that group of people who, well, Roger described it to me as trying to do an Honorat, going on a massive glide and seeing if you can get the luck of Honorat.
It's really impressive when you see just, and because obviously the condition allow us, but look, when was the last time that Rui Aguiar turned? I think it was the turn point, just because made at some point. Since then, there's not just a simple 360 at all. So, and this is a 30 length in this leg. It means, I'm going to confirm that, it means Rui Aguiar didn't turn for more than 15 kilometers. Not just a simple 360 at all.
Well, Fran Lopez on YouTube says that after this third turn point, conditions are usually softer. So it'll be interesting to see if that comes true. Thank you, Fran.
Well, there are a few pilots behind Maxime Pinot trying to stop and turn and create a gaggle, but nothing really happened. A few pilots, maybe 3, maybe 4 pilots trying to stay there and turn. Maxime doesn't want to stop on Oran neither, so they continue gliding down on Oran 2,300 meters. Maxime 2,192 meters. Marcelo, Pierre-Emile, Lucaman. So these 5 pilots chasing Rui Aguirre finally is turning when he is 1,660 meters about, just in total, 730 about the ground. Let's have a look at the terrain they are facing. There's at the end of one of those fields with a lot of olive trees. Now they're going to reach a kind of higher plateau where the terrain changed completely, more dark terrain. I can spot like a house with a more grey area there, maybe some concrete area. That could be a nice climbing area there. But Rui Aguirre is exploring and turning just before reaching this plateau. And of course, yes, the group behind him is they're going to reach him pretty soon, unless Riyadh is reaching 1,800 meters now. On a run, Maxime Pinot together, 2,300 meters. On a run taking the lead. 2,200 meters for Maxime Pinot. On a run taking the lead on that group. They're going to reach Rui Aguirre drifting. Rui Aguirre is drifting more to the northeast, but I think it's not because the wind. I think it's because the shape of the mountain. I'm not sure. Maybe it's the wind in a bit lower, chain a bit. Okay, we have Maxime Pinot, Marcelo, and Pierre-Emile. Honoran has to be with them because we lost a track of him just a minute ago.
He's with them. I can see him.
Yeah.
The whole French scoring team plus the current European champion are all in there.
Okay, exactly.
And Rui, Philip Breurs says that Rui is in a 5 meters per second climb.
Of course. Impressive. Look, come on. A bit more on the way with Rui Aguirre is obviously if they spot a +5, it says something so, how can I say this, so inviting to do. Maybe you are turning something already, but if you look around and you see in 2 turns, you see the pilot like pump, pump, pump. It's impossible to ignore it. So whatever you are, you leave it immediately and say, I'm going there.
One of the things I got, a comment I got from the guys who are on their way to goal to do the interviews is that there are lots of vultures around.
Both.
So whether they're actually, I mean, we don't know what they're seeing because we haven't got any live footage, but if there's a lot of vultures around, well, you can't get a better thermal marker. So
the best.
Yep.
The best.
So they've not only got dust devils today, they've also got vultures.
And those, I mean, for those that maybe you don't know that much, vultures or eagles or many others, those birds are those gliders, gliders birds. They don't use the wind that much in terms of to propel themselves. They use the same way that we do with the gliders, and basically we are trying to imitate them the best way we can. But as vultures, normally they don't get scared at all about you and fly with them. Is something really common, especially in the area. But usually we are able to stay inside thermal with them and holding distances with them and go up for minutes. And sometimes we also glide with them. I don't know what they think about us, but when we start gliding, very often they form with us, and they decide to stay for minutes or a long glide, and eventually they go away. Those moments when that happens, just running with them and flying with them, let me tell you, they stay on your mind forever with this magical moment. Rui Aguiar just keeping ahead in the race, below 1,900 meters. Is pushing 65 kilometers, 66, 67, now accelerating beyond 70 kilometers an hour. Justin Sabov taking the lead again behind Rui Aguiar, trying to put distance with the group. 70 kilometers also for him. On a run, just behind Justin Sabov, 2,400 meters and climbing. Apparently that line is really good. Look, come on. In thermal as well, but abandoning the thermal and going behind on a run. Maxime Pinot, Pierre-Remy, so even more, even with the French pilot, this column of pilot is stretching more and more and more. They are now pretty close to the next turn point. If nothing changes, it will be Rui Aguiar, the first pilot to reach it. And we are almost 10 minutes away for the first 2 hours since since the start point. So the race started.
In the women's race, Silvia Busi-Ferrari seems to be gaining ground on Constance.
Oh.
She's gliding at 2,000. She's at 2,220 meters, gliding at 71 kilometers an hour. And I'll find Constance again. I just saw her. She's in the gaggle gliding. I'll have to find her. But Silvia seems to be gaining a bit of ground on Constance, so that'll be interesting to see how that works out. I mean, Constance is still way ahead. And I'll check if Eliega's reached the turn point.
Wow.
I'll confirm that with you.
All right. Interesting point that I asked before, that how long that touch could be. I was guessing 2 hours and a half, or maybe a bit longer. Some that told me that maybe around 3 hours, just because the first part of the race could be really slow. But we can see that not even 2 hours, and they're reaching the last turn point. And just because this northwest wind on this leg was so strong enough, they're able, all the pilot, to be beyond 70 kilometers an hour and even more, about 80 sometimes. They're going to kill this leg in really quickly. So now I expect maybe for the final leg, and we are 10 minutes away for 2 hours, so I think we're going to make it in 2 hours and a half, more or less. We'll see, if not less.
Okay, in the women's competition, I can see that Sarah Lovrek has rounded the turn point, as has Joanna Kokot from Poland. Eliega is still to reach it. And Julia Jaus, well, there's no data from her at the moment. She's very close to the turn point. So today could be interesting in terms of what happens in the women's competition.
Definitely. When we see that Rui Aguiar start to be a bit stuck and trying to recover from the 1,400 meters, he's climbing, but in the meantime, Jason Savov and on Oran, there are more than 1,900 meters, flying faster, around 75 kilometers an hour, then going to try to overtake Rui Aguiar and take the control, the head of the race. So we will see if Rui Aguiar allows it. He's drifting on the right direction and climbing, but not really strong lift, to be honest. It's just get it and lose it and get it and lose it. And when he get it, it looks like okay, but it's not like it's inside that core and holding. And meantime, Maxime Pinot, Pierre-Emile Lucaman, Marcelo, Joachim Overhauser, and that group that getting closer and closer where Rui Aguiar is. 1,500 for Rui Aguiar when Honoran and Jason Savot just passing him. And keeping the same speed and direction, around 75 kilometers an hour. 1700 for both of them. Very close now. 9 minutes for these 2 first hours since the start point to happen.
Talking about the top 5, one of the interesting things is the people not in that leading group and only halfway down the course line near Castillo de Locubin is Darko Stanukovsky, yesterday's winner, and Tilen Seglar.
Wow, okay, that is a surprise. I didn't expect to have Tilen Seglar that behind.
No, he's way back. And I couldn't see any data on Julia Jaus, but she has rounded the turn point.
All right.
In fact, Tilen and Darko are behind Silvia Bussi Ferrari, who's in a thermal with two other pilots. So the usual suspects in the front gaggle are missing a few of those usual suspects.
Yep. All right. Approaching the next turn point, Drew Yagia, Onaran, and Jason Savov. I think Onaran is going to be the one reaching it first. When he's stopping actually and turning before reaching the turn point, not arriving and found a good one, he's going to go for it. Onaran is stopping it because a good one. Jason Savov doesn't stop. He continues. When he's losing the 690 meters at the moment, holding 50 kilometers an hour, Drew Yagia trying to go with Onaran trying to find the thermal. Jason also stopping before reaching the thermal. Drew Yagia moving more to the east where Onaran is. Nobody is making the move to reach the turn point. Onaran, apparently he's leaving the thermal, or that small leaf that they found, moving into the turn point now. Jason Savov turning and keep turning. Looks a good one. Onaran driving the turn point when it's 7 minutes for these first 2 hours in the race. Drew Yagia is going to be the second to reach the turn point. And more pilot: Maxime Pinot, Luca Mann, Pierre-Remy, Marcelo Sanchez, Matteo Giuliani, Joachim Overhauser, Jonathan Marin on the way to reach the last turn point and then start heading for the last leg towards the goal. Jason Savov in the meantime in a thermal, showing where the thermal is to Onaran and to Drew Yagia. Now they just reached the turn point. They can use that Jason Savov's thermal in their favor in the way to the goal, basically.
I'm just looking at some live scoring of how much the leading points make up, and at the moment the results would indicate that with leading points and everything, Jason Savov is winning ahead of Drew Yagia, Honorant Armand, Pierre-Remy, and then Marcelo Sanchez. So we'll see if that is how the race ends today.
Yep. In the meantime, just letting you know that this final leg is 25 kilometers. It will be really interesting to see if they are facing in this part of the race a bit of more west wind that definitely will help them to hold a high speed, or they're going to face more northwest. In that case, they're going to be basically crosswind in those final 25 kilometers towards goal. Jason Savov trying to control the race, keeping ahead, just pushing, and those 1700 meters for him. Onaran just stopping and turning. And he's 1640 meters. Lucaman just behind. Maxime Pinot turning. Pierre-Remy. Drew Yagia on the north, also climbing. It's not a bad one what Drew Yagia has. Jason Savov just pushing, trying to put distance between him and Onaran and the rest of the pilots. More and more pilots reaching now the turn point and turning northeast. Stefan Fabrice Tubau, Julian Wirth, Ernesto Inestroza, Eli, Francisco Javier Reina Lagos, Ronnie Helgesen, Jose Jimenez Belda, Pepillo, Martin Peth is just almost there. Dylan Mansley also is there.
Yeah, the Brits will really be trying to push for a good result today to stay at number one.
They have to.
And
no, they are.
Well, they have to chase down the French
Exactly.
pilots. The French are so far ahead. Well, in this task, they're pushing very, very hard, and if the Brits don't stay with them, they won't keep their number one place.
Well, now that more and more pilots are reaching the turn point, before this final fight for the goal, we're gonna take a little break here, and we will be back with you as soon as possible. Looking forward for this final approaching to goal. See you as soon as possible. Alright, we're back again here for this final section of the race. They are heading, it's really interesting to see Roya Arzbacher just leading the race, but I think you did have some updates.
Yes, I do. I've heard from Race Direction who are at goal, and they say the situation at goal is that the wind is around 10 kilometres or less. There are a few clouds there. And Louis Tapper, our reporter in the air, who unfortunately can't be broadcasting live because the coverage here is so poor, but he is coming into goal at 100 kilometres an hour.
Seriously?
Yep.
Alright. It's really interesting to see because they were expected north-west. It means that ideally in this last leg of 25 kilometers we'll be heading crosswind. But also just I was talking with one of our experts about the weather here. I was like, well, yeah, also in this final leg the wind will change, especially in the higher layers. They're going to face southwest wind, and well, maybe more than those 20-25. 100k is something important when you are flying 100k. Well, Roya Arzbacher below 1100 now and climbing. However, we have Ruyagia now taking the lead of the race. All of them now are not really high. On around 1600 for him, just behind Ruyagia. Maxime Pinot higher, 1800. Stefan Morgenhaler, Jose Jimenez Velda, Martin Kubicek, I'm trying to zoom in another pilot here. Okay, Matteo, yes. Matteo Giuliani next to Jose Jimenez Velda. Now in this section of the race, this final approach to goal, nobody is almost nobody is above 16 or 1700 in this first group of pilot. All those just approaching from behind a bit higher, a bit around 2200, a few. I can spot Luis Martinez Iturbe, Michael Sumerauer, and those 1800, 60 kilometers an hour for most of them. Ruyagia, Roya Arzbacher, and on around just taking the lead of the race completely on his own. When he's below 1600, they're gonna face now a hill, that mountain that is in front of them, around 1250 meters. And if they are spotting cloud, I'm expecting they have the clouds in front of them. Remember, 25 kilometers leg for this approach, final approach to this goal is a huge radius, which basically what they're going to face is not a cylinder anymore, it's a big line, it's a spread line, so they will be able to approach it from different angles if it's needed. And once they stop the time, they need to do a step back, they need to return a glide back a bit into the landing field with this line of 150 meters in wide. It is to validate the goal. So in other words, they're going to fly above this validate section before, and they need to go back again.
Can I just remind people that we are having a reporter in goal, and if you would like to ask any questions of any pilots, then please write it in the chat on the YouTube channel. We will do our best to text those questions through to Rafa, and we'll ask any questions that you send us if we can find the pilots. It's not always easy if a lot of people come in at the same time.
Well, now when Honoran is climbing and reaching 1600, Maxime is with him, Stefan Morgenhaler opening completely, flying above the mountain, and also not really climbing a little bit. I'm wondering here, the two things might happen here in my opinion. One could be is they're going to, especially with the pilot, they're approaching, but all of them they're similar altitude. I don't see here big differences. It's all around 2,000 meters, because with this distance, I think it's around one thermal. That's it. This is what they need. So either they find one thermal, a good one, and that's it, and they're going to make the move to reach the goal, or they're going to use the drift and they use anything that they find that is strong enough to keep the distance, especially on Oran, which is on the front of the race. Marcelo now taking position as well, Julian Wirth and many others, with Stefan Morgenhaler going to the top of this mountain, 1,250 meters, gathering there, turning to the right. So it's going to be really interesting to see if they want to reach one good one and trying to surprise who is going to take this final attack for the goal, or they're going to remain drifting and keeping an eye on the other. But because I think with this distance and how the conditions are today, they only need one more thermal. That's all.
The forecast for goal was actually west, but I've been told that it's south.
Well, if it's south, it's even better. So the more now they use the mountains and they have in front and they drift a bit more, they can use it again to approach. At the moment they are drifting mainly east. Yeah, mainly east. So this is west, what they're facing at the moment. But as they approach to the goal, if the wind starts drifting more to south, the drifting will be changing more into southwest and finally to south. So they can use it completely. So they can hold this drift, passing now 2,000 meters. All the group that they have ahead is Steve Kos, Iturbe, Inestrosa, Julian Wirth, just drifting with the thermal. All of them passing 2,000 meters. A few pilots just behind, but passing also 1,700, 1,800. Michel Yerlag as well, passing the 2,200 meters. Maybe they're going to try, like I said, to save and to reach enough altitude for this final approach, because the wind is going to play in their favor. If now they are drifting west and they are high enough, what has happened is something like this. They're going to go in this course, this curve naturally here, using the wind as much as they can to push in with this their tailwind. So let's keep an eye, because Onoran is holding a beautiful turn. They're passing 2,000. I can see Daniel Turcas 2,300 meters, also reaching 2,400. Marcelo is going. Marcelo is leaving the group, making his move for this final attack. Marcelo going to try to win the task today, pushing really hard. 73, 75, this is it. This is a very hard attack here. Immediate reaction, Michel Gerlach and Stefan Morgenhaler. Marcelo going to try to win the task today. Jason Sabo, everybody reacting on Marcelo's attack. Marcelo all in now. 60, 70. The altitude is great, 2,500. This is it. This doesn't need nothing else. The glide is really good. Notice how he's moving now into northeast, so he is facing southwest. Probably the more he approaches now to go, the more he's going to find south. The more they need to contrast the more to the east, because otherwise, the more he continues flying and is facing south, it will be crosswind. Let's see how much he can hold the distance, because Stefan Morgenhaler and Michal Gerlach Spike is just behind him. Onoran just, I don't know, is pushing hard, 80 kilometers an hour for him as well. They're not going to try allow that Marcelo escape. Jason Sabov as well in this final approach to go.
And in the live scoring, the unofficial one, Marcelo has now moved into second place. He's getting leading points for this glide.
Definitely.
And he's needs a few more to beat Yasin, but then it'll depend on the 10 points that they get for coming into the end of speed section.
All right.
And Yasin's a bit behind, so we'll see how that pans out.
I think they are, let's guess, well, this is 25 kilometers leg, so I'm guessing he's maybe on this final 10 or so, a bit more. I think he is he has 1,100 meters and climbing. It was even climbing a bit, so maybe the line is pretty good. Maybe he's just spotting some cloud that he may use on the way. Holding 60 kilometers an hour, pushing now. The rain goes down when he is going to face. Generally go down, correcting trajectory. Many pilots are trying to reach him now. He's losing the distance. He's not trying to hold Honoran just controlling Marcelo on the right, just making a move, pushing harder and harder. More than 80 kilometers for Honoran. He's going to get Marcelo. Is almost there. He has says 78 now, controlling the speed a bit lower. Marcelo 71 for him, but Honoran, we know Honoran is able to do anything, and is going to, again, he's not less than 76, 77, definitely is faster than Marcelo at the moment. Overtaking Marcelo, if he's keeping the situation like this. Marcelo now reacting, increasing the speed. Now Honoran just exactly what aligned with Marcelo. They are completely same. Marcelo moving towards north, less speed for him, decreasing now 66, 67. Honoran also decreasing, is accelerating below 61, 60, 59. Also is climbing. And Marcelo holding now 60 and 70, speeding up now, trying to keep the distance. Honoran reacting is again going forward, accelerating again. Look, keep an eye on the speed. Honoran definitely is going to speed up, probably want to reach again those 80 that we saw before. He won't allow that Marcelo escape. Spike, Jason Sabo, Stefan Morgenthaler behind Marcelo. Getting closer, not so far now, maybe a few kilometers just now around the corner. Honoran, but now Jason Savov is even just overtaking Honoran, and Stefan and Spy got with him, and same. When Marcelo now is holding, he's really pushing now nearby 80 kilometers an hour. Honoran now, just with the same as the little group that's chasing Marcelo. Honoran 74 kilometers an hour. Everybody around, Marcelo is even better, is 970 meters above the ground, and Foungalang is floating there, 75 kilometers an hour. But I can see how Jason Savov is pushing. He's pushing and trying to reach him. Honoran modifying his trajectory, sliding a bit, going more to the north, passing the Ottoman's direction towards Marcelo. Probably the wind is southwest, that's why they're drifting and going more to the north. Marcelo trying to keep the good line there, the good glide is really nice. Holding and climbing. This climbing, this gliding, is floating. This is speeding up, 67, and floating. Is speeding up, is holding, and it's not losing, it's climbing more and more. So he's not going to stop as long as the snow is climbing. I can see Jason Savo. Jason Savo is pushing, is trying to reach Marcelo here. Marcelo, of course, is able to see him. He's trying to control me as well. Marcelo moving more to the north. Jason Savo now breaking to the right, trying a better line, maybe, I don't know, but it is a bit lower than Marcelo and pushing. He is pushing, he's also climbing. They are very close now. More and more pilots are accelerating and trying to be with Marcelo. Jason Savo. Jason Savo is getting closer and closer. Honoran on the right. Yes, apparently he's trying to control there or stay holding there because the speed is okay. 70, 71 is also climbing. Apparently that sector is looking really good. Not turn anymore for anybody. Stefan Morgenthaler, Philip Hack, Spike is there as well. Daniel Tirkas, Marcelo and Jason. Jason, Marcelo, both are the same. Apparently Jason now is almost overtaking Marcelo. Okay, this is the final approach to goal. Jason first at the moment. But maybe Marcelo got, but Jason got a lot of leading point today. So Jason first. Marcelo second. Come on, Jason first. I think it's going to be Jason. Okay, we see because on Oran, we have a reaction on Oran. Time to be second on this arrival to goal. But I think Marcelo holding the second. Jason first. I cannot zoom in more. Jason made the first, and Marcelo second. But second just arriving to goal, and Honorin Amad in the third position. The Spike, really hard. Finally making third, and Spike in the fourth position. Daniel Tirkas on this next position. I can almost not speak. And Justin Gorky, what the hell? I want to just was so close.
Yeah, Javi, I need to kind of hold him down because the whole table might go if Marcelo had come in to go first. What an exciting finish.
My goodness. Marcelo's gonna kill me one day. Okay, so impressive, so brave move from Jason. Impressive.
Well, with the lead out points, Jason will definitely win the task today.
Yeah. He was pushing, I don't know, more than 80% in my opinion for the whole race.
Yeah, I can give you, how they arrive in goal is important, but what I have here is the unofficial live scores through the scoring system. And in that, with leading points, unofficial, it's Jason Sabov, Honorin Amand, Marcelo Sanchez, Michel Gielach, and then Luis Iturbe.
Well, let's have a look at the time that they made. No, we still don't have that information. We need to wait for that update to really know when they stop the clock. It's about to happen in minutes. In the meantime, we can see many other pilots arriving around 15 or 1400 about in total. Francis Reina, I can see, for example, Iturbe just made it as well, Steve Cox and many others. And Carlos Lopez is there with that very nice altitude. Ronnie Helgesen also in this final approach to goal.
Well, let's hope he actually lands in goal today because he was 800 meters short yesterday.
Yeah.
Because he worked so hard yesterday at the front gaggle. Today he was following, but hopefully he'll make it. Can I just remind people that if you have any questions for any of the pilots who are coming into goal now, Rafa is standing by, waiting for my message, if you would like to know anything from any individual pilots there.
Alright, I'm trying to
slow your heart rate.
Yeah.
Well, there's lots of comments in the comment section saying, haha, Javi's getting emotional.
You have no idea. I'm holding myself.
Apparently, you sounded like a football or bicycling commentator. Like, go.
Oh my God! Yeah. Well,
it's pretty exciting stuff. Well, a fellow Spaniard for you. It's my nation's not represented here, but even I'm
not going to lie to you guys. He's one of my best friends. What I can say, I'm going to lose my mind if I see him winning the task. Sorry, it is about to happen. So,
well, I have to say I'm not unbiased. I've been living in Spain for 20 years. Obviously, as my adopted nation, I'm thrilled when I see that the Spanish team does well.
Well, finally, we see just pilots confirming the goal today. Jason Savot, Spike, Stefan, so all of them dealing very nicely today after stopping the time. And, well.
Okay, and the provisional results, because I'm getting it from the scoring system. The provisional results now that they're actually in goal is Jason first, Honorin Amand second, Marcelo Sanchez third, Stefan Morgenthaler fourth, and Michel Spike Gielach fifth.
Okay, if we go to the time, they stopped the clock in 2 hours and 24 minutes and 53 seconds. Well, as expected, they did it just less than 2 hours and a half. And it was So we have now images from pilots arriving to goal. So let's go with them. They're asking, I don't know, let's check, because they're asking about the goal altitude. Just for you know, because some question that is in the YouTube group, the altitude of the takeoff is about 950 meters.
No, is altitude of the landing field.
The landing field, yes, the landing field nearby here.
Yeah.
Is nearby 900 meters approximately. Yeah, all the area is actually quite high.
Okay, you've got another couple of minutes to send me any questions. I'm just coming up with some for Honora, but please send me anything that you would like to know from the guys who are coming into goal, and we'll do our absolute best.
Well, let's zoom out to have an idea how spread. Look at that. How many pilots still are just in the middle way between the second and the third top point. Still quite a few. And I don't remember. Let's have a look at the end of the window today. Seven o'clock is the end, the limit for pilot to be airborne. And we can see the podium, the pilot that with no official result won the task.
But the unofficial task results that take into consideration the leading points and task validity is Yasin Savov with 1,000 points, so it was a 1,000-point day. Honor Armand leading third-placed Marcelo Sanchez of Spain. And still lots of pilots along the course line. We're an hour and a half before task deadline. So
we already have 44 pilots in goal. So maybe we have to expect easily more than 60 today. Yet again, a big group of pilots will be in goal.
And looking at some of the women, Sara Lovrek is just about to pass turn point 3. Looking for Constance.
Me too.
She's done the end of speed section and she's heading to... No, sorry, I'm looking... Yes, she's done the end of speed section and she's heading for the goal field.
Okay.
So Constance is in. Let's have a look at Sylvia. Sylvia's heading for the end of speed section. Gliding at 74 kilometers an hour.
All right. Doing good. Now we can see, look, Alexander Shalva, Zilen Seglar, and Darko together, trying to just be sure that they arrive goal. 1600, about now 1600 in total. Still Julian Worth. Okay, what is... I'm not sure. I'm gonna just confirm. Yeah. Okay, he's just gliding down, trying to go down for landing. Silvia Buzzi Ferrari is just arriving to goal. Till Lambert. Dusan Oroz just on the way for landing, or to confirm and for landing.
Yeah, I'm looking along the course line, and Eddie Egger, Andreas Malecki, Pepe Malecki, and Petra Slivova are only halfway along the leg to turn point 3.
Wow.
So
Okay. That is super unexpected.
it is. I mean, very unexpected. So there's a lot of pilots that are still very far back along the course line. So for some people, they'll get to the tasks, the land by time.
Yeah.
And there's some pilots, well, I mean, they've landed now. But there's even some still flying that haven't reached the second turn point yet.
Well, almost 60 pilots already made a goal. I'm sure that by the next update, we will be passing this number easily, because more and more pilots are gathering there.
Apologies, I didn't look at the data point, but Boris Korsog has just pointed out that Pepe bombed out, so it's correct, he's landed. Thank you for pointing that out to us. Julia's still in the air, still coming. So yeah, really spread out today. There's another one of those tasks where you have the lead gaggle, very strong lead gaggle, and then pilots spread out. But what was interesting today is that some of the names in the top 30 were not with them. So, for example, Vladimir Bakanin from Serbia is only just on his way into the underspeed section. Martin Petz has landed. Thielen Segler was very delayed as well. So interesting day. It'll be interesting to see how it affects the top 20 scores.
Yep. Well, maybe I think that should be for now. That we have. Let's have a look at the final update. How many pilots made it goal? Almost 60. Finally 60 pilots currently, but we will have more for sure. But I think for now it's time just to say temporary goodbye. Remember that we will be back at 8 o'clock for this daily summary of the day. We're going to leave you with some images for a while. So that's all for now. Hopefully join us later at 8 o'clock for this daily summary.
Thank you very much.
¿Quién es este? Who's him? Is Rui? Who's him? Do you know who's him?
listen down.
¿Quién es este? Hussein. ¿Estás bien? ¿Quién es este? Pues sí. Ruiz, push him. Do not push him.
And welcome to our evening summary of Day 8 of the European Paragliding Championships here in Pegalajar in Andalucia, Spain. My name is Judith Moe.
Hola y bienvenidos de nuevo al resumen diario en este octavo día de los 17º Campeonatos Europeos de Parapente aquí en Pegalajar. Mi nombre es Javi García, encantado de daros este resumen.
So every day we bring you live coverage after we've given you interviews of the day, a recap of the day before, and if you check on the XCMAG YouTube channel, you can see what time we'll be broadcasting every day. Tasks normally start at 3, sometimes at 2 if it's a longer one, and we always start our live broadcast half an hour before tasks start. And our resume and footage from the day will start usually an hour and a half before then. So tune in, but if you only want to see the brief recap of what happened in the day, because you don't have 3 or 4 hours to spare, you can always find at 8 o'clock in the evening, we're doing a live broadcast where we summarise what's happened. So let's get on with the recap. This morning, we came into task 8 with the result of the previous day, which at this point in the competition really focuses the minds of the athletes about who they need to be chasing, who they need to be following to not actually get too far behind them. So after task 7 this morning, Maxime Pinot was leading the general classification with 5,189.8 points. Following him was British pilot Sebas Ospina, who's 26.2 points behind. After that, Slovenian Tilen Seglar, who's 8.4 points behind Sebas. Darko Stankowski of Macedonia is 10.7 points behind Tilen, and German Ferdinand Vogel is 10.9 points behind Darko. In the women, Constance Mettetal has a commanding lead of 330.4 over her closest rival, Austrian Ellie Egger, and Ellie is 896.6 points ahead of Anka Tavera. After the 7th task, the nation ranking had changed. It was France all the way in all the previous tasks, but after task 7, Great Britain overtook them. And they now lead Slovenia France third, and then Austria, and that was the rankings as we started the day.
But that was yesterday.
That was yesterday, and today was a completely different ballgame.
Wow, there are so many things to talk about. But let's start with very fast about just how the weather forecast was today. Today I think we had very accurate forecast according to how the condition that the pilots found. Mainly they were northwest everywhere, no matter where they were flying all around this task, and the wind. Maybe I think we found a stronger wind at the end. Sometimes reporting even from the course direction, the people heading to the goal more than 20k I think. Eventually, also we saw in the drift, I think there was something like it. There was changing. We saw different drifts as well, but mainly they were northwest, I think.
Yeah, and the leg that it really counted, I think it went up to 25 kilometers an hour because they were absolutely. I mean, I think, top speed of Louis Tapper, our roving reporter in the air, was 100 kilometers an hour.
100
on a paraglider.
Yep, that is quite interesting. Well, even though clouds were forecasted today in a few different parts of the race, actually they were spotted much more at the end, nearby the goal or in the last leg of the goal, and they were quite high, but and finally I think there were pilots flying about those 3,200, 3,300 meters or so, and definitely thermals, everybody was reporting, and a high average about those +4. Easily they told me +6 and +7 easily. What we don't know is about the temperature, but I'm sure also this they were expecting around 2,000 meters, 18 degrees with quite elevated temperature, and around 3,000 meters the temperature was expected about to be 6 degrees. Well, the task today, even the pilots, even though they're willing to fly as much as they proposed the task, they were reporting they were willing to have a kind of task in terms of retrieval was a bit faster because they were facing some long retrieval the days before. So today the proposal was 100 kilometers task with 3 turn point, a huge end of a speed section like a line, and then when they were arriving that end of the space section, they needed to turn back a bit and just to validate the goal in a line of 150 meters. Basically, those turn points were drawing a kind of pentagon shape with legs in between 16 to 28, 30, 25 kilometers in length, as they were changing different directions from northwest, southwest, then again northeast, and finally northeast again. And the funny thing was they were having mountains all the way inside the Pentagon. So that was the key of the task today. They were surrounding different mountain systems, and they were using them all the time, just to decide when to attack, when to go in altitude, and then to reach those turn points, and then to use the mountain again, and so on, so on. I think now after that we can start talking about what just happened.
Well, before the start gate, there was, a huge gaggles forming. Everybody was ready. We had a little incident before the task where Austrian pilot Jeremy Cassar was unwell, got an asthma attack, a really severe one, and ended up having to come down. He landed in a tree and they had to give him some medical attention. He's absolutely fine. Thank God. Yeah. So there was a bit of drama on launch, and the rescue guys had to come out to help him. So, yep.
But so far, so good.
So far, so good, yeah. So then this huge gaggle formed, and they all blasted off, with Yasin taking the lead, and then the live tracking stopped. Flymaster just went down.
Yep.
And it went down for everybody. But of course, we need live tracking to be able to report on what's happening. So somebody suggested an alternative, but we could only see the Spanish team.
Yeah.
And then another alternative, we could only see 30 people. So we had to have a break for about 30 minutes while we waited for Flymaster to come back up again.
Yes.
And then we had a scramble to find out, like, where is everybody? What's happening?
But then we had some news, basically, when Flymaster was back again, we were able to start with resuming, catching up, and then immediately after we got some news that for a moment we thought, okay, what's going on? And then because we heard about a mid-air collision, so two pilots, Marko Milutinovi from Serbia and Robert Berg from Poland, they hit and so they get into a collision, and with the result that both they needed to launch the reserve parachutes. But the good news is nobody was injured at all, and they managed to reach to the ground safe and sound with no more surprises. The only thing that we could say, sadly for Marko, his glider was seriously damaged. That's what Marko took also his time to realize, well, I cannot fly. He tried, and said, no, I can't. So he took his time to analyze the situation, and with a lot of calm, he decided, okay, I need to deploy my chute, and he did it, no problem.
The irony is that he had a mid-air collision in France last year at another big competition. So he's getting quite used to it. But we spoke to him. He's in really good spirits. You know, he said he wanted to throw his parachute and land safely because he didn't want to mess up the competition because it's been so good so far, which is just lovely. He's such a nice guy.
Yeah.
So anyway, they're both fine. Nothing to worry about. Landed completely unhurt.
And when we thought that was everything related to launch and reserve, we got another one.
Yes, there was a third one. We don't actually have the inside info on that, but Stefan Mihai Gheorghe from Romania also had to deploy his parachute, but he also landed safely and is completely uninjured. So we will give you news about the third parachute deployment when we get it.
I think I got just roughly very updated. It was just a massive collapse. That basically after that he lost the control of the glider with no more incident. It just we needed to launch the reserve, and that was it. So so far good news, no problem, nobody got injured. Well, but continuing with the race, I think today we need to highlight somebody that every day we had a moment to talk about this pilot. So finally today he made it, and he made it, you know, like only the way that Justin Savot can do it. So Justin was pushing a lot actually.
He pushed from he was first to turn point 2, and he just carried on powering off. He just went big style for the lead out points and just kept pushing him. As soon as he had enough height, he would just go and go and go and go and go. Rui tried to make a move as well on several occasions. Rui from Portugal, who won task 1, who's also a guy who likes to fly out on his own, but he couldn't make a big dent. Just couldn't push far enough.
No.
So once Yasin reached turn point 2, he had to then turn going to the southeast, with a strong northwest tailwind. And as soon as he turned the corner, his glide went from like 58 to 85.
Yeah.
All of them, when they got to that turn point, they just blasted down that leg.
Completely. I think that was the key of the race today. In that leg, when we were trying to guess how long the pass is going to take, even the people that were dealing with the forecast today calculating, okay, maybe around 3 hours, just because the first part of the race is going to be really slow. We'll see. They're going to face the wind into the wind, but as soon as they were arriving to this turn point, and they were just stretching and more and more and more, just this line of glider, and we were seeing that the head of the raid was like in a jet. Well, then when I made the next calculation arriving at the next point, I said, no, they're going to make it actually half an hour before, in 2 hours and a half maximum, if not less. Yeah, plus 80, that was really crazy. Then Rui, even though he makes a break, the front pilots in between Honoran and Maxime, well, they were in this incredible pursuit, right?
They were, and what was interesting, the French had such a bad day yesterday. They only got 2 pilots in goal, and Honoran bombed. and so did several other French pilots today. They stuck with each other like glue. And so when Rui made the break, Honorant, Maxime, Luc, Pierre, Julien Wirtz, they all stuck together. They were always in the front gaggle, and as soon as somebody went, they were on it.
Definitely. Yeah. Today, definitely, they wanted to make it up and say, hey, of course, we made a mistake yesterday. Today is another day. Let's try to just return and show who we are, because we know that we can do it.
So Honorant got to turn point 3 first, and although Yassen was still pushing, he eventually got caught by the gaggle.
Yeah, and he was able as well to fight for those leading points that at the very end of the task today, they was really important for him. We will see when we talk about the results. And then was this when we were approaching to this final moment. Well, the guy of today that decided, okay, I'm going to try my chances was my very good friend Marcelo Sanchez, who decided, boom. And then I really thought today is Marcelo's day, because it was so solid in this attack. It took a while until the rest of the guys just react on him and then start chasing him. Honorant made a nice move on the right that's trying catching up. Even Jason Sabot appearing also next to him, but much from behind when all the pilots went to him. But Honorant, there was a moment when they went exactly the same. And then I thought, well, I think that's it. It's Honorant's task. But I don't know, Honorant started to be more in the back. So Marcelo was holding. And just from the middle of these two guys, that he appears and overtake Marcelo. And then even though I was talking to Marcelo, I said, Marcelo, please tell me that you put everything you got. They said, you know me. I said, say no more. So definitely he was pushing with everything he got. But it was just a day.
But it was like by meters, literally. You overtook him by meters.
2 seconds.
And then just
2 seconds. That was
2
it.
seconds.
2 seconds.
There you go.
That was it.
Incredible.
Yeah.
So, but the lead-out points were the deciding factor today, because the unofficial results give Yassen the day. So he arrived first in goal, but he also got had loads of leading points. And then second was Honorant Amand. Then third, Marcelo. Fourth, Julien Wirtz from France. And fifth, Daniel Turcos from Germany, who's having an increasingly good competition.
Yeah. And related to women, it's still we don't dare to say what exactly happened, because even Flymaster is not giving a reliable update. So we're going to talk about it, but definitely we're not going to say like a proper unofficial score either, No. And Catabara definitely today she was performing like crazy today. Really good, really good. Followed by Silvia Bucci-Ferraris. Also, we saw Julia Jaus just arriving there, really nice, and Joanna Cocotte and Sarah Lovrek made goals, so that's really good news for all of them. However, with Constance, we saw her actually there.
Yes.
And but actually the score said, yeah, it's away from didn't make it. She didn't make it, so but no.
There's other results that are very peculiar this evening on the Flymaster provisional results, so we just don't trust it at the moment. The only other explanation would be that she missed a turn point, but I can't believe that. She just doesn't make those errors. So we'll have to wait to find out what happened to Constance, but one bit of news we have got is that Eliega got timed out of the task. She hadn't made it by the 7 o'clock deadline and had to land. So we know that Ellie definitely hasn't made it.
Yeah. Also, another pilots today, like Dylan Segler and Darko, they made it go because they did, but they were far behind today, more on the 60s or so, which also that was really surprising, because those were the guys that day by day they were on those first position, and really interesting to see.
Thielen only needed a few points to catch Sebas, but he's now given himself a steep task to be able to catch Sebas. Britain did get their guys in goal. I think they hope to maybe perform a bit better today. We'll have to see what they've got to say tomorrow.
Yep.
I believe Britain is still first team, but again, the results, we'll have to wait for the official ones at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, many things related with the scoring today. We don't dare to play with numbers at the moment.
No, we'll give you the proper results tomorrow when we come back.
Yeah. Well, I think that could be, no, more or less.
Yeah, I mean, the good news from today is that despite the fact that we had 3 parachute deployments and a severe asthma attack in the air, that everybody is fine and well. Probably getting a bit more tired. We've got 2 tasks left. We have to await the outcome of the complaint of aggressive flying this morning. The race director and the jury team are going to be working on that this evening. They have to, because if it escalates into a protest, then it is going to cause problems for the end of the race. The pilots need to know on the final day who they're chasing, you know, what their aim is for the day and what their tactics are going to be. And if there's a protest, then that makes that very, very difficult. And we might have problems with getting the final score at the end. And none of us want that to happen. So for now, we're going to leave you with videos from the goal that our colleague Rafa took. He managed to get quite a lot of the top guys and also give you some news about the deployments and what happened there. And we hope you enjoy them, and we will see you tomorrow.
That's it. So until tomorrow. Bye-bye.
So here we are with Heli from Austria. Awesome. Just give me some impressions for the task today. How do you feel?
Wow, it was another crazy, good, nice task with perfect conditions. At the beginning we had super high cloud base, higher than the normal days, so we expected really good conditions. And then we have to cross the valley and go to the first city, and there it was tricky. It was windy and group split it out. So it was super tricky to find the right place. If you managed to climb super high there, you was on the leading group. I was a bit behind and I had to catch up. Yeah, it worked, but I missed some leading points. But in altogether, so Spain is like, I don't know, I never had that nice conditions in my whole career.
Wow. So usually when do you have this kind of situation that the group splits, what's your strategy?
I have to improve my strategy because I'm always a bit too much in front and too much on one side of the group. So my plan was to go over the city and have a good climb there. But yeah, at the end, my improvement should be to stay in the middle of the group and do more controlling.
Yeah, and how about the thermals? It was good?
Yeah, it was super nice. We had up to 5, 6, 7 meters. Super nice. It's like a paradise for paragliding.
So overall, you are pretty happy with the competition, right?
Yeah, every day perfect weather, super nice organization. It's really one of the best organizations I ever saw. So I do this sport quite long, so I know what I'm telling from.
Awesome, thanks so much.
Cool.
So here we are with Marius from Norway team. Marius just give me an idea what's happened there, up there.
Yeah, today was really fast. Good thermals, and at some point I had 3 people falling down from the sky around me in reserve, and glider was teared apart. And I think some of them also turned thermals because the lift was so good there. I think they had a mid-air collision and everybody got out the rescue fine. So I think they're all good, but sad end for them. But the race continued and it was super fast today. And I managed to catch up a little bit, so I'm super happy.
So both of pilots are really good.
I think it was 3 actually.
3?
Yeah.
So everything is good with them?
Yeah.
You actually saw?
Yeah, and it was raining reserve containers around me, and I like, whoa, there's more people coming, so it's a little exciting. And I was turning at 4 meters per second and people falling down around.
And how do you feel by that time?
No, I saw they looked safe. They had their reserve out and they were working with their gliders, so everything seemed fine except that they had probably a mid-air. It seems like the glider was destroyed. So
awesome. And how about the thermals? How was that?
That was super good. 4 meters per second all over the place.
So congratulations to your task, mate.
Thanks.
Thank you. So here we are with Honorin from the French team.
Hello.
First of all, congratulations to your task today. The French team has pushed hard today and stay in a goggle. What was that the plan?
We did a big fucked up yesterday. Everybody on a really bad line on the right, all bad decisions. So today it was staying with the group and follow the like Yassen. So the pilots who attack, to try to not let them go too far. But he did well. He caught a good thermal in front of us on the mountain, and he was always higher than us. And I just took it at the end. So I'm happy to be back. And yeah, we can't fuck up any task now if we want to even keep the podium or try to be in front of Slovenian team and British team. But there is a lot of job, so we will see. And for me, there is 2 more tasks, and I can't bomb out any of them, and I need to be like top 10 each time. So that will be difficult to have a chance to be second behind Maxime.
Okay, so you pushed hard on the final glide.
Yeah.
So how was your line?
I was a bit lower, and I thought maybe there is a confluence behind the hill, and I thought I will be just slightly too low to catch it, but we took it, and finally super high in goal.
So today was a much better day for the French team. How
yeah, sure, much better than yesterday. Huh?
Yeah.
Yesterday we were on the bottom of the hole, and now we are on the top. So it's up and down, and we hope we will finish well these 2 last tasks, and we will see.
Awesome, thanks so much.
See you.
Okay, here we are at the goal, task 8, with Nelson from the Portuguese team. Nelson, first of all, congratulations for your task today. And then talk about a little bit what's going on up there.
Well, it was a nice task. Really fast, climbing fast, and just choosing the best course to turn. Otherwise, we were just pushing hard all the time. After the first turn point was just quite creepy. A lot of pilots had some issues, and I almost was catched by another wing on the air. And then I was safe, but unfortunately one pilot was catched down. I hope that they good, of course. And then after that the conditions starts to get stayed stronger as before, but more easy to handle. So and then we push even faster, into the goal. was super fast all the way.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I've heard that some pilots got like 100 km per hour. What was your limit speed today?
I don't know, but should be close. One time I had just a quick look, because it was just, like I said, creepy in some parts, and the 90s for sure was. So, but I don't know. I will check later. Could be close.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So we have 2 more tasks left.
Yeah.
Do you have any different strategic for those days?
Well, since the beginning we know that Pegalajar, this place, it's an endurance spot, and special by the Spanish styles. They always, it's 100, so we have to be strong and keep until the end, because for sure it's more 10 hours, 5 each day or 6 at least. So let's see.
Awesome, thanks so much.
Okay, yeah.
So here we are with Daniel Tirkers from the Germany team. Daniel, that's another task that you are at the front, right? You are really going. How was the task today for you?
Good. It was really fun flying today. We had finally some base, and the thermals were nice and strong, and I could position myself well and then keep it. In the end, maybe a bit too conservative, but who knows that it's really climbing everywhere. No, but I'm happy, and I think I'm also happy for the team. We all did well. And well, the most difficult part of the task was maybe coming down. I arrived with over 1,000 over goal because it was really booming everywhere the last bit. Yeah, but it was great fun.
So it seems that the winds really help in certain sections, right? Do you know your top speed today?
Oh, I haven't checked.
You checked
no,
it?
No.
Because I've heard some people got like 100 Ks.
Well, with the tailwind, yeah, we can go fast, but I didn't check, to be honest. I was just watching lines and I didn't look at my speed.
Yeah. How was your final glide?
Rough. Thermal, but I was pushing because I was high. I could have went earlier, but one Spanish guy with the pink Nibiuk, he went first and I went with him. The lower guys started pushing with us and they had some more tailwind, I think. We had some more crosswind up higher. So they started passing me a bit, I think, on the bottom. I don't even know, I haven't checked the result, but I'm happy. It was a good task.
So Germany were in the top 5 after the test 7. So are you optimistic about the team's chances?
You ask me a difficult question. I haven't checked the results, so I don't know. I don't know. We will see. It's all very close, and I would need to do some math to give you a good indication. But we did well. That's good.
So yeah, I'll try to change the question. So how are you feeling now regarding the tests and the competition in general?
Oh, great. I mean, I know we have done well as a team today, and I like the competition. The downside is sometimes long retrieve, but we fly every day. The organization is great, the people are nice, the food is top, so what else do you want?
That's great to hear that. So congratulations to your test today.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
So here we are back with Sarah from the Croatia team. Sarah, tell me a little bit about the task today. How was it?
Well, I started great among the first ones, but then I kind of missed the turn point. Then I had to go back a little bit and I lost the first gaggle, but somehow I managed to come here, so I'm happy. And today it was really high, around 3,000, but sinkings were also great, like -5, but at the end it just
did you have a chance to check your top speed?
Of course.
How much?
Around 70, I think, but I have to adjust my speed bar better.
So overall, how are you feeling about the competition, the tasks?
Well, overall, the tasks were beautiful and long, and now I'm exhausted. I kind of pray that in Saturday we won't fly. But yes, I'm exhausted. We arrive late. We go to sleep around 12, 12:30, so I'm pretty tired.
Is your first time competing in Spain or flying in Spain?
Yes, actually yes. Yes, it's the first.
Do you like it? The hot days and I don't know, the environment, the views?
Well, it's nice, but it's flatland, which I didn't expect. And there's a lot of olive trees, and it's difficult to get the glider down. You have to climb really high. I did it twice, but other than that, it's great.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Sarah. So here we are with Christoph Dunkel from the Switzerland team. Christoph, another good task for you, right?
Yeah, it was.
How did it go? Tell me a little bit.
It was beautiful today. It was super strong and yeah, exactly how I like it. Strong thermal, fast task, either fully accelerated or thermaling. So yeah, it's great.
So any difficult sections?
Not today, no. If the weather is like this and you stay high, then it's super easy actually.
And today actually people just go really high, right?
Oh yeah.
How high did you get?
I don't exactly know, but way over 3,000 I think, yeah.
So the wind helped today a little bit?
Wind? No, not too much actually. We were high, so wind wasn't a big issue for us. In the lower layer it was. A friend of mine was low, and he reported 25k winds down there, which is a lot. Up at altitude we didn't have that much wind.
And how was your average speed, do you know?
Average overall, I'm not sure. 40 maybe.
The top one, the top speed.
Well, top speed 70, 80k, yeah.
Wow. Did you see anything about the collision?
Yeah, I saw. Actually, I saw the red Sino, which was hit by another guy apparently, and I saw that one collapsing and in the backfly going down through the thermal, and then I didn't see him anymore, and apparently he hit another glider which then went into two-piece. I haven't seen that, but I've seen then once two reserve opened, so yeah, that's what I've seen.
Awesome, thanks so much.
Welcome, thank you.
So here we are with Rui from the Portuguese team. Rui, just give me a quick overall of the task today.
So for me, the task was always leading, always going in front. Me and Yasen. I thought I'm not having a good competition, so I was just for fun. So yeah, I went always trying to lead, but I always got caught by the group, and I would always leave the thermal first. At some point I led the whole competition again, and then I got low. I had to get a small a thermal not as good as the day was giving. So yeah, they all catch up, and then last thermal I was under them, so I had to scrap a bit until I get the best part of the thermal and get here.
Yeah. Did you find any trick situation up there?
No, I know somebody hit somebody. I don't know what happened, but I was always in the lead. I didn't see anything behind it, basically.
Awesome, thanks so much. So here we are at the goal with Yasin from Bulgaria.
Hi.
First of all, congratulations to your task today.
Thank you,
thank you. It's awesome for me.
Thank you.
First question is, your lead out point strategy worked today. So congratulations. How did you think that today differed from the other days?
I wasn't thinking too much. I didn't have any special strategy. I do what I do always. I attack. That's all I want to do, pretty much. So just today it worked. So yeah, not much strategy. I'm in the ranking. I'm so far behind that it really doesn't matter. I just want to have fun, and today was really fun.
Awesome, yeah. So, and how do you interpret the day? Like
well,
just about your strategy, looking around the day.
Today, before the start, we climbed much higher than any other day. I think about 1,000 meters higher. Normally, we were around 1,700-800 at the start. Today was maybe 2,700-800. So from the get-go, I realized that it's a very good day, and I don't need to stop in the children's thermals, you know, the thermals for children. Today I needed the thermals for adults only. So I did a really long glide without turning from 2,700 to the ground. There I started just floating in the beginning of the hills, and then I got the best thermal of the day. It was like maybe 5 meters or so average, something like that. It was the best thermal I've had in the whole comp, and that's when the difference happened, and I escaped, and they just caught me just before the final glide. So
today is your first task that you win in the competition. How are you feeling?
Pretty normal. I mean, I'm not really fighting for any ranking in the comp, so it's fun, that's all.
Did you have a chance to see your speed?
At the end?
At the, I don't know, the top speed. Because I've heard that some pilots got like 100 k's per hour.
No, I think they were speaking like fishermen, you know, about how big the fish was, but I don't think so. No, I think the top speed was maybe 75 or so for me at the end, something like that. I don't know, it doesn't matter.
Awesome. Thanks so much, mate.
Sure.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
So here we are with Marcelo from the Spanish team. First of all, congratulations to your task today.
Thanks a lot.
Hold on. Okay, well done for the leading on the final glide. What shaped your decision for the leading on the final glide?
Well, right before the last turn point, I saw that Honorin was attacking, and I climbed a little bit more on a thermal that I had, and I went to chase him after that, and I ended up on the top of the group, and after that I caught another thermal, so I managed to overclimb everybody. So we were like 4 or 5, and at that point I looked at the instrument and it said that I needed a 10-to-1 glide ratio to goal, so I said, okay, maybe I need another one. So I started to push, but a little bit behind the group, and when they caught the thermal, I went over them. I climbed, and when I saw it was like 7 to 8 glide ratio to goal, so I said, let's go, and I went for it. But in the end, Jasen overtook me. He already had the win because he had the biggest amount of leading points, but I wanted to be the first on goal. But he overtook me for 1 second or something like that. Congratulations to him. I'm happy anyway.
Yeah, that would be my second question actually. If your instruments did tell you that you would make it or not.
The thing is that the glide we did before, the last one, was super bad. So my instrument was saying that I was arriving with 100 meters over goal, something like that. So I was a little bit more conservative than I should, because I wasn't expecting this. By the time we got here, it was super strong, climbing everywhere, and I think I arrived to goal with 1,000 meters in the end. So, yes.
So, as you said, on the final meters, Jasen just wow, they just passed by here. Jasen just caught you in the final meters.
Yes.
How hard you were on the speed bar?
As much as I could. I think I need to trim my glider because I think it's a little bit slow. I couldn't push anymore. I promise I didn't release.
Sounds good. Awesome. Thanks so much. Congratulations to your task.
Thanks a lot.